showdown could be secured, I mean by Peter. The music from afar, gets high, ends up losing his life, and see Triple G just basically falls
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
What is up, survivors? Welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia League. It's week 4, day number 3. And to cap off week number 4, it's going to be us, it's Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ to bring you guys through the 6 rounds we have this evening.
6 rounds without Group B, which means Reverse Red as well as Stalwart Esports can no longer make a mad dash for the top, no longer dispute the undisputed champions themselves, Buriram United Esports. Yesterday, they put a massive lead between themselves as well as Reverse Red. And today, they get to continue that. Reverse Red gets to do absolutely nothing about that. An easy 200 points between them. And that's a miscalculation by yards, right? Because I highly doubt they're only going to walk away with a total of 32 points today. Buriram is back in here to play.
Oh, they're 100% back, right? Like you mentioned, right? Reverse Red was the team that came the closest to stopping BRU, and that was on, 2 different occasions. First one they won, second one... Well, first one they lost, second one they won. BRU yesterday broke multiple records, most points gathered in a single day, most booyahs gathered in a single day. They baked the cake and ate it themselves, ate it whole. In fact, no scraps were left. Reverse Red had to go through the trash to get a couple of points. So today, BRU, they have another chance to potentially really set that golden run to get 6 in a row.
Yeah, the Thais pronounce Buriram as Bulilam, right? And at the moment, that's exactly what they're doing to everybody out there. They're bullying them on the battlefield. There's just no dealing with Buriram, right? They have got the mechanical skills to dominate gunfights. They've also got a beautiful lineup of active and passive skills to make themselves the tank out there on the battlefield. You've got Nairi's Ice Iron, which is continuously topping up all of their HPs. You've got the Awakened Andrew. You've got Awakened Andrew stacked on all 4 of those players for the extra layer of defense. They are doing everything right out there. And at this point of time, the only way to beat Buriram is to actually be better at the game than them. And that's pretty difficult because these guys have been at the top of Free Fire for so many, not months, but years.
Yeah, so many years, and still it does not feel like they've rusted. Sure, there were a couple of occasions where they didn't walk away the champions, where teams were able to take them down, but only for a small period of time, right? It didn't take BRU to get back to the top, in the near future. So I would say BRU still one of the best we have, but let's take a look at the recap of yesterday and refresh ourselves what has transpired. It's LBT and Hong Ang first to get knocked down. Moshi fighting number 3. It's Wasana on the ground, but they are not done just yet. The firepower is just overwhelming, AJ. BRU.
Reverse Red, they should be able to secure a booyah for themselves. Wasana between them and that booyah. One quick hop on up. And that's it, all done. No 6 booyahs for Buriram as Reverse Red still show that they are in the race.
BRU, they're like, we're just gonna attack the blue, right? We'll give ourselves a handicap and we will still win because they do. Booyah number 4 claimed by BRU. And there's only a matter of time before the 5th booyah is claimed. RQ, Kazu, no more, and WAG, Cyrus will also fall. BRU with the 5th out of 6 booyahs that we have available for today. Yep,
This
5
is the
out of 6
tournament.
booyahs.
Yeah, man. 6 booyahs. That was their target. They forgot they were playing one of the 6 games, and, unfortunately, they let one go, right? But I don't think they're going to be too messed up in their heads because we have got massive number of days still awaiting Buriram Esports to bag 6 booyahs. In fact, we have got a total of 7 days of knockout stages left before we move on into the finals, and they could technically still do it at the finals as well.
Yeah, they have 5 more days, right? Because there'll be 2 days where BRU, they're not going to be involved in any of the games. So 5 days for BRU to get to really set the record straight. I think that they could definitely do it. They could do it today if they are on form, just like yesterday. And of course, if you guys ever wondered how is Buriram getting so much points, it's because they follow our cardinal rules to the T. Every single booyah gives you 12 points, all the way down to 0 if you finish 11th at 12, and every single elimination gives you 1 point, which BRU has been racking up at a staggering rate.
Yeah, nobody could mess with their booyah rate yesterday. Nobody could stop them. They most definitely tried today. Teams like Falcons, EVOS Divine, Indostars, and the Indonesians especially, who are so smooth at getting into the final circle, staying absolutely silent and hitting where necessary, when necessary to sneak away that booyah, may just be the deterrent for Buriram from bullying everyone today.
And today, speaking about the Indonesians, it is a good chance for a few of these teams to really make that mad dash into top 12. If you look at kind of the bottom 4, right, from 9 to 12, 3 of the teams have exhausted their games for this week. Speaking about number of booyahs, it is very important to look at that, because if we ever get a tiebreaker situation, we will first look at the number of booyahs those teams have, and if it is the same, we will look at the total amount of eliminations they have, and if somehow that is the same as well, we will have to refer to their survival ranks for the final round.
Since this is a league, this does not apply just to see exactly who the champion is. Each and every single position does have its own set of prize that they can win from the competition. We are also going to have the battle for the top 12 teams. By the end of the knockout stages, only 12 teams can remain. 6 will have to be relegated from the competition. And of course, these rules will apply there as well.
And I just noticed something, AJ. On the total leaderboard, in terms of stats, BRU has officially exceeded more than 100 elimination points if you compare them to the team coming in second. That's Reverse Red. They have 101 more points than Reverse Red just in terms of eliminations, and they are almost 300 points ahead of Reverse Red in terms of total points, which is absolutely crazy. We'll just have to see if Group A has any means of stopping this team right now, who is, I say, has ascended beyond godhood.
If they do by any chance get about 4 booyahs today, or get the top 2, top 3, 4 to 5 times, they will be a clear 100 points off of Reverse Red as it comes to the placements as well, which is just pure insanity at this point of time. But what else can you expect with a league such as the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia, which runs through 6 weeks of knockout stages, right? But of course, these are the groups that are going to be playing in here today. Group B is going to be taking its rest. A and C gets into battle. For Group A, you've got GOW, the Vietnamese squad that has been struggling for quite a little bit, constantly peaking into the top 12 and then unfortunately faltering once again.
Yeah, and speaking of faltering, they have fell from grace so far from top 12. More than 100 points will be needed. Same for Team Flash, right? They are also in a really tough spot, just barely ahead of Homeboys Conspiracy, and thankfully, Homeboys will not be playing today. Indostars, it is their time alongside EVOS Divine to really accelerate that standings. And we also have Group C, which we saw yesterday. BRU, pure domination. Devil United, still trying to get into top 12. Todak as well, attack all around. A bit up and down, but today is a good chance for them to continue that race with the other Indonesian teams.
Absolutely. Onyx Olympus, of course, going to be waging war against WAG themselves. Both of these teams are going to be fighting to stay in the top 12. Only one team can, of course, stay in here unless the number of points that they can accumulate is more than heavy as well as PE Sports. And they're technically not too far away, but there is a chance that still doesn't happen because of how inconsistent these two teams have been in the past. But speaking of inconsistent, here's Team Expand, a very promising squad out of the Malaysian scene. They have dominated their local circuit, but when it comes to the Southeast Asian level, they sometimes show up, and unfortunately sometimes the way they fall to make us wonder, what is the experiment out there?
Yeah, and I'd say one of the key players is Crime MKS, right? Previously, RRQ Kazu from Indonesia, one of the very first imports that a Malaysian team has ever made. And this guy, he's stuck around for more than a year. He really has been consistently showing his impact, sometimes even overshadowing one of the top rushers, which was Cobra at that point of time. But now with the additions of Kansas Fires MKS, I really am excited to see what else can Expand bring to the table. Same for Indostars. This team started as what? GRC Aphrodite, barely making it to FFSI, and more than a year later, now they are one of the top dogs in Indonesia.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're actually taking a head-to-head between these two teams. Indostars currently about 100 points ahead of Expand on the overall leaderboard. Expand currently 6th in 8th and Indostars in 6th. And this is the key player for Indostars. 2.2 average on their headshots. He's 4th in the overall number of players that we've got running in the circuit right now. 2.5 average eliminations from each and every single game that they play, and an average of 1,244 damage. Constantly boosting around the battlefield. Is looking for those CQCs.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy, right? Yesterday we even saw from a team like WAG, who are definitely going to fall out of top 12 today. Even they have a player who is placed in top 5 in terms of total elimination. So these stats are definitely favoring 18 Deer a little bit more. But I think it doesn't take away the impact that Crime MKS has on his teams. If you look at the average assists, this man, he might not be that gunner that you are looking for in a squad, but he does play around his team very, very well.
I most definitely can agree, and technically he is from Indonesia as well. Indonesia has been the birthplace of many crazy good players in the world of Free Fire. And of course, when we take a look at their numbers here, once again, we're not going to be too surprised by this, but I am a tad bit shocked that the average assist is pretty decent here on the side of Expand as well. It's just when it comes to the eliminations, they're not getting as many numbers as Indostars.
Yeah, which is reflected in terms of the overall standing. I believe that Indostars, they have a 315 elimination points, and Expand has only 248. So there is a big gap to close. Even in the overall points, they are almost 100 points behind Indostars. And the fact that both teams are going to be playing all the 6 rounds today, it's going to make this race very, very hard for Expand to catch up. But we'll see how much they can pull off. Top 3 characters still unchanged. Tatsuya, despite the nerf, is still used by all teams alongside the A124 and the Homer.
Yeah, I really want to see a reset on these numbers so that we can clearly determine if or not these characters are still being the top picks of all of the teams out there, or do we see a little bit of a different jazz coming through from some of the squads, right? Because we can see an increase in the use of Iris out there as well.
Yeah, and also even in terms of weapons, right, we're seeing a lot of Woodpecker pop back up. In terms of passive skills, of course, you pointed out at the start of the show, Awaken Andrew is still going to be there, Nairi alongside Suzy for more of that coins. But we are also seeing that Wolfra, I'm not sure if it's a collective thing, but we definitely did see BRU pull that out every now and then. Some teams also run like a singular J Beeps, which is probably in that top 10 most used character list, but at the end of the day, if you can beef yourself up and get more resources throughout the game, why not?
Yeah, technically, if you are a sharpshooter out there on the battlefield, if you're running the shotgun or the sniper, I would have to say bringing Wolfra in here just increases your chances of getting those knocks out there on the battlefield, right? Up to a 30% increase in damage through those headshots is surely a tad bit sweet. Of course, top 3 pets used. I think this one is not going to be changed. No nerfs or buffs coming through for the pets. R1 is still going to be the strong man of every single squad out there with his capability to scout areas behind or ahead of them just so that they can plan their rotations a little bit better. Dreki with the exposure of their spot so that they can wipe out their opponents right after tagging them. And Beaston is going to be your champion when you just want to chuck those grenades at your opponents.
Yeah, anything that gives you intel in a game of Battle Royale is going to naturally shoot up to the top in terms of popularity, right? Because you want to know where your opponents are, you want to be able to gain information. I would even say not just Battle Royale, most games rely on having information. That's why, you know, Arvon with the Dinoculars is going to stick around for a very long time unless either a way stronger pet gets introduced or some rework happens. But we'll put that aside and talk about the schedule for today, starting with Bermuda again, then heading to Purgatory for second game, Alpine for game 3, Kalahari for game 4, and Nextterra for game 5. And afterwards, we will spin the wheel to see which map we get for the final round of the day.
Yeah, of course, we will be saying 5 different names as far as the maps are concerned, but are we going to say 5 different names as far as the Booyah winner is concerned? We're once again back in here, and I'm pretty sure they are a little bitter, just a tad bit bitter with the fact that they did not walk away with 6 Booyahs yesterday. But let's take a look on whether or not they might be able to do it here. And we are starting things off, obviously, on Bermuda. But the top 3 teams, Reverse Red, Expand, as well as WAG. Buriram, nowhere to be found at the top here.
I feel like that is going to change very, very soon if BRU continues this spree, right? And more so if we somehow get Bermuda for the 6th map and BRU displays the performance from yesterday, you can really bet that BRU is about to top the charts for every single map. Despite that, you look at the teams the top 3 teams for this map. Reverse Red not playing today. Sort of fallen from grace, at least based off of yesterday. WAG as well, clearly struggling. They still have a chance to fend for themselves today. Expand, I think, might be the biggest difference maker, but we need the Expand that is in form.
Today might just be the day, Husky. They are the best performing team on Bermuda when you stack Group A versus Group C and you leave Group B out of the equation, right? So Reverse Red is going to get kicked out of the list. Expand is the most dominant team with 8 maps played. Every single team within the Group A and C have played 8 games. So this is a very valid stat to take across the other squads. They have the most number of points picked up. I'm talking about 2nd most in terms of placement, but that's just 1 below WAG. And they have a total of 85 eliminations to make up 145 points, right? The only surprising thing here is WAG has 3 Booyahs on Bermuda. Expand, the leaders in terms of domination, have none.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy. I think Expand overall only has 2 Booyahs and is not on their best map, or at least if you leave Group B out of the conversation. So I think Expand, if anything, I feel like Bermuda is probably one of their best chances to really rack up some extra points. Also on our screen, Steaua United, they also need a bit of that boost, currently sitting in 14th place, but thankfully for them, again, the 3 big teams, RQ Kazu, PE Sports, and Heavy, who are currently in 9th to 11th spot, will not have a chance to play today, and the rest of the teams behind them are actually not that far away.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, in terms of the pressure that is on teams like Expand and WAG, it's going to be massive today, because not only do they have to fight for their spots, WAG, a little bit more than Expand, but you've got Buriram, who's aiming for those 6 Booyahs, and you saw their tenacity yesterday. They were just laughing, giggling through their matches, pretending like it wasn't even making them break a sweat. And yet the performance was mind-blowing. For a total of 14 Booyahs thus far in the competition, they are sitting in not at the top of Bermuda, but they are sitting on top of everybody else, looking down, smirking and wondering, what can you actually do to us?
So far, nothing, right? Even Wasana he's already yawning, so hopefully that's a sign for other teams to step up their game. He might not, maybe he will not land his shots today. Who knows? Yesterday, as good as their performance is, it still takes a lot of that focus to perform at such a high level. It really felt like BRU, a switch just flipped in all of the players' head, to a point where they mistakenly thought that they will only be playing 5 games, which in of itself is pretty crazy.
I don't know why they would think that, though. I think he was just trolling all of us with that response.
Probably trolling,
but but we'll take the joke to heart, right? They really thought they were only playing 5. If they knew they were playing 6, probably 6 Booyahs would have been possible. But today, they are for sure in the know that they are going to be playing 6 matches. So I'm expecting to see a mad dash for the top. I'm expecting to see if or not, teams like WAG and Expand can actually fight them to be in that final circle. And this has been the group combination that surprisingly was giving the team of Buriram a little bit too much of pressure in the first 3 weeks of play.
Well, we've seen BRU conquered Group B. Let's see if they can bring that same ferocity against Group C as we head into Game 1, starting with Bermuda. And I just remembered something, AJ. I hope the designers from Garena or the broadcast team has prepared enough assets related to BRU. Because I heard they were running out of assets for BRU yesterday because they kept winning.
Oh yeah, man.
It's the first time in a long time I hear a team suffering from success.
But
we're running out of resources for these guys.
But that is when I respect the broadcast, because they refuse to use the same assets twice, Anybody else would have just copy and pasted the exact same thing. So good on you, broadcast.
We have enough assets for 6 Booyahs, right? You just put one like all of their players once, and the coach, and we get 6. So
The
yeah,
coach
just
should be
nice.
the MVP for Game 6 if they hit 6 booyahs.
Oh yes, 100%.
MVP, the coach.
In fact, there should be an award at the very end of the tournament where we look at the coaches. I don't know what the grading criteria is going to be though, so we'll leave that for
Here's
the
how well
far
the
future.
team performs, I guess.
True, I guess that's one way to look at it. But I think BRU actually already got first blood onto IDS, and Todak finds themselves against Team Flash of all teams. And this is important for Todak to win because they're almost sharing the same spot. Well, never mind that. Team Flash are already gone.
There's a flashy exit that I did not expect to see so quickly. I mean, 1 minute in, Team Flash, they say goodbye, but Indostars, may they follow suit here. Buriram flying Moshi, and it is Funa to get that shot in, and the eliminations are just stacked up on the side of Buriram. Lim has already been brought right back in here, and the other one managed to scurry away. WAG facing a little bit of pressure as well against Expand, but done really well there. X-Roy downed by Cyrus.
Just caught on both ends, and Wings suddenly last man standing, trying to hold off Onyx Olympus. Needs to go for a revive first though. Garu not able to get a clear shot, so at least it brings Trap back up. This warehouse is pretty deadly in terms of angles. And Onyx Olympus, they just need their vantage point. But Gary actually not able to finish all of them, and Garu will at least try to get one, and that is going to be Zen. Gary also ended up getting knocked down. So Todak, wow, under the guidance of Wings, actually able to keep themselves alive and fight back against Onyx Olympus.
Yep, smooth play here. The imports are definitely doing their job, and Traps just not enough with the SMG from a range like that. You don't get to scope in. You can only spray. And obviously the guy needs to pick one up for himself. A little bit too early in the battle, not doing him too much of good at all. Gardu, on the other hand, scope picked up. Makes his work a tad bit easier. Zen backs away. Gardu going for the slate. Let's see if he can catch up. In the meantime, Wasana spots out Onyx Olympus's Jack that just got brought in. And unfortunately, this might just be the bitter end. But no, Kiba still keeps them alive.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, actually, I wanted to say that Gardu got a lot of info for his team. But the rest of Onyx were not there. So there was no follow-up. They were on the other end. Just found IDS or Lim, who were early on crippled by BRU, and Mr. 05 finds that knock. So IDS also off to a very rough start.
Let's see if or not the players of IDS can remain hidden away here. They're spread apart. So there can be a little bit of a exit strategy here as the whole team of Dewa, they stack upon just one player in the name of Raz. Who's on the other side? Stop moving, Mr. 17. So Raz has been found out already. Do you happen to see who's on the right-hand side?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, well, there was a revive.
Now. Coming through. Gonna look for the stragglers of IDS. That blue wall is dead giveaway if not already one. Wow, Raz actually just playing mind games. That blue wall, a good distraction. Mr. 05 tries to go for the revive.
My God, what?
And Raz finds 2 free points. So well done by IDS, and in the blink of an eye, they were on the run, and they thought they had the upper hand.
They did
IDS,
have the upper hand.
They were ready to strike back, and Virus goes down, and that means they were united. They have met an early and shallow grave in the hands of IDS. Actually, no, they got a revive before that. Okay, Deva are still in the game.
My goodness. All right, Dewa, that move was brilliant, but Raz was just too smooth, man. Here's the glue wall. I'm behind it. Nope, I'm not. Psych. And beautiful double hit. He gets the 2 players down. Raz follows up from... Sorry, not Raz. Somebody else follows up from the back. They get 3 eliminations. And Virus that got taken out at the very final second there. Could have gotten that pocket market out. Scanned that 1 player back in. Let's see if Dewa gets caught once again. Indostars were on a game of recovery there, and what a way to recover. Now they have the loot of Dewa.
God, they definitely have recovered in such a fashion, right? Courtesy of Raz, and he was even able to call in backup in time.
Yeah.
And completely catching Dewa off guard. So props to both teams. Dewa went for the push, got outplayed, and now IDS back on track.
Yeah, mad respect for IDS. I was really thinking, like, what in the world are these boys thinking? Because this is clearly a terrible decision. They had 3 players on the battlefield. 1 hadn't been revived yet. And 1 player was being approached by a full squad you would want to run away at that point of time. But IDS just kept encroaching that space, coming in closer and closer and closer. And finally, they were in a bit of a distance, but they managed to catch up and help out their team member Raz, right? Smart play overall, but I wouldn't have bet on it.
Oh, it would definitely. Sometimes these are the moments you see those individuals shine. But Onyx Olympus will have their work cut off for them, trying to go onto Funa to get that 1v2. Very good decision. At least you get rid of one. But this is going to alert the rest of BRU. Let's see what the plan is going to be. It seems like they are thinking of a potential pincer, but Onyx Olympus were able to find a vehicle of their own. This could allow them to get enough distance. Falcons, on the other hand, will be facing off against GOW. A tough fight for the Vietnamese.
Yep, a grenade straight to the players, but it just manages to scrape them a tad bit. Cougar has a backup here, and the flank from the right-hand side is beautiful off-screen. Wasana finds Kiba, but GOW finding the bullets of Falcon as well. Coscu almost traded out, still manages to pull up a good solid blue wall in front of him and shuts down Iza instead. Overall, Falcon just dominating GOW, and the game's not over just yet. The portal go, Neo out, but the team still stays in the game.
Yeah, some last-minute revives again with the Pocket Market. Such a convenient tool for teams, even when you're behind. But Falcons, they get 4 free points, and now it's just one straight road into the safe zone. No contest, nothing, no resistance in front of them, which is great. I mean, 7 minutes in, we still have 11 squads left alive. And out of the 11 squads, maybe one or two have, only one or two have lost members. So it might be a very, very packed final phase.
And you can see the players are stacked in cash, not wasting a lot of time, quickly purchasing more portal goes. And this is for sure one of the many metas that's currently in the works for this version of Free Fire. Without that quick reposition tool, you might just get caught in a very, very unfortunate position. Expand, X-Roy, shots from afar, but that's not going to be putting any bit of pressure on WAG that manages to zoom away.
Expand playing very calm and calculated, moving with the circle, which is one of the ways to make your rotation, right? You are sort of playing the time to a T, but at least for Expand, since there are no teams that they have to worry about, this makes the job even easier. Now the next step is to really start identifying the potential locations that other squads might be at, which the buildings or the compounds that you will eventually have to take over, or even the state of the circle, because right now it is getting a bit too packed in the safe zone.
If I'm not mistaken, it was 2 updates ago that the circle got slowed down, and that has really allowed the players to kind of just play at the very edges. Has its own fair share of disadvantages as well, especially when we get closer towards that 4th circle, because once you get squeezed by any of your opponents who are trying to gatekeep you, that is instant death. But speaking of instant death, can Dewa bring that to Team Toda, who are very well positioned, taking those high grounds and making sure they've got the advantage in terms of view. Mr. 17 with the M1014 trying to catch one, but Traps is the one to shut down Mr. 05. A very quick follow-up as well. Sam 13 has no angle to play with. Good glue wall pulled up. 7 manages to barricade himself in, and nothing the grenade launcher can do against them just now.
Yeah, Dewa United trying to find those isolated 1v1s, but not finding much. They will get chip damage onto the members of Todak, and they will get to revive in the meantime, but Todak still able to withstand the onslaught of Dewa. On the other hand, I'm not really sure if Evo's Divine can have the same result though against BRU. They are out in the blue, and BRU on top of the roof just bombarding them with damage. Abax is going to drop that portal goal, and G'day actually finds Get High on that roof as well, so BRU will be forced to slow down just to get High back, and G'day, he's going to take that portal goal to try and find the rest of BRU, but this is a bit too risky. G'day in the thick of things, and now forced into an unfavorable 2v1, just overextending his stay, and Moshi will punish him.
Unfortunate. The only excuse he has is, I had no idea who I was going up against, right? But in a 1v3 situation like that, regardless of which team you're going up against, you just can't take those chances. Not in this particular lobby. Wasana, long flank around the left. Ray and his Woodpecker can't do much. The backup's just a tad bit too far away. Pulls up a barricade right behind him. The glue wall's barely gonna do him much favor as Wasana shows up, gets the knock, claims the elimination.
Dale United seemingly have already lost that fight. Mr. 05 just wanted to get away as far as possible. Getting shot at by Todak, but able to gain enough distance.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Actually, Wing got the snipe. What a mad shot that was. So they were United ended up getting wiped out. BRU, on the other hand, A124 already used. ABAX has no chance of surviving that. BRU, look at that. 11 eliminations. And we still have, like, what, 9 teams left in this game.
Nairi is very useful when you've got multiple players erecting all of those glue walls around you. But if it's just a single player, you're barely going to walk away with that extra HP. Just 40 is not going to do you much, especially when you're being surrounded by 2 players, 3 players on the side of Buriram. Now, Portal goes all around for the quick reposition. They're barely taking this circle seriously. You can't understand why it's just circle number 3. So they can chill for a little bit, but they can't really mess around once we reach the next safe zone.
Gotta start. I think for the side of, Falcons, they're definitely a lot more comfortable, but on the southern end, it's a completely different situation. IDS, I think that UAV most likely scanned out the members of Toda. You can see 18 Deer taking 2 shots in a row, or actually connecting on Ken's and Axel, but Wings finds Xtroy. Toda decides that they want to be a part of this, and Expand realizes that this fight is very hard to win. Not only is Toda shooting them from a different angle, but 18 Deer have taken point on top of the roof, and IDS Koju from the another angle takes down 5's MKS.
Hey, both teams thinking of the exact same thing, right? Portal goes used at the very same time, and 5's MKS did manage to circle on around with that portal go, but still will be caught. Axel manages to trade one right back. So it is a 2v2. Can Axel still hold his ground? 18 Deer circles around looking for an opportunity. Portal goes not going to help him out this time around, so Axel, by hook or by crook, needs to win this out. It's going to be the glue wall melters, but in the meantime, WAG stuck outside the circle, being forced outside, kept outside by Buriram.
WAG doing the best they can to actually take Buriram on a ride. And so far, no members down yet. BRU struggling to find them in this maze. And Moshi being forced to go into close range because there's just no good angles for his weapon. And Buriram finally found them pouring right in. Dolphin instantly gets taken out of the equation. The Ghost Swarm as well get high in his face. The Bison against the shotgun. And it's actually an even fight thus far. Cyrus comes in to rescue Krillin, brings him back up, and it's isolated fights all around the maze. But Krillin ends up going down again. BRU, they reconvene with everyone else and take down the members of WAG. Cyrus just decides to pour in to face off against the entire battalion of BRU, only to get executed, and BRU finds 14.
Unfortunate. 18 DA from the side of Hindustars will be the final player to take out the remaining one of Expand. Expand gets wiped. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to find those booyahs, nor are they going to find the points to dominate this particular map anymore. Bermuda might just be the home of someone else, someone perhaps in the name of WAG, if they do manage to come back in here. Was there a survivor, Husky?
I believe there's still a survivor for WAG. Chances are bleak, we're so late into the game. I'm not really sure how you can recover in terms of resources as well. Toda, on the other hand, this team dormant yesterday, but have awakened 13 eliminations so far, and it seems like they're still going. They are down 1 man, but I think they have the resources to keep on fighting. In fact, Koskio got sniped by Zen, and I don't think anyone can save him. Yeah, Koskio ends up going down.
Even if you do have a vending machine on open grounds like this, it's just an absolute death wish to run out there looking for something for yourself, right? Wasana's going to be tagged from the back. No elimination just yet, but Falcon falters early. Isa's not going to be able to hold on with the circle hurting this much, and GOW makes its exit as well. But surprisingly, Toda hanging on.
Yeah, we might just end up having Toda against BRU at this point. These two teams are feasting on the rest of the squad. Such a top-heavy round. Onyx Olympus, they have successfully recovered. In fact, might run into WAG as IDS perishes in the hands of BRU. Jay just came to the portal and took the shot to the face. Instantly annihilated by Moshi and Onyx Olympus. At least they know that that is no man's land. But you're down 1 man, and Moshi, he's not going to relent. These shots are just going to keep coming.
That's game sense, man. You see the guy standing at one end of the portal, you just aim for the other end, and I just anticipate exactly where his head is gonna be. He popped out, barely a second later, he's on the ground. The smooth plays from Moshi as usual. M82B still doing a work on all of the players out there. Gardu tagged up already. He's looking for Gary as well. Pushing Onyx Olympus slowly but surely towards the compound of Toda, so both of them can do battle, and Buriram just gets to chill.
Just like yesterday, almost all of the games BRU, they make it to the final circle, they get the perfect read, they get rid of every other teams by third partying, and they do not have to get their hands dirty. Onyx Olympus, they got shot by BRU. They also are getting shot at by Toda. Gardu, he needs to get away and able to relocate with the gold portal. Wasana actually starting to take damage from afar. Gardu on top of the roof. He tried to play it smart, but Wasana somehow survives that. And with Gardu out, is actually truly BRU against Toda. But remember, Toda came into this phase with only 3 members left and face off against their biggest nemesis. They've never beaten BRU in a fight before, and it seems like this game 1 will not be any different. Waves completely surrounded and trapped. Trap brings himself back up only to witness the rest of his team falls. BRU happily claims all of these points. Trap finds 1, but 1 is all he's gonna get. BRU starting off the day strong, and just another booyah added to the tally.
35 points, booyah, and 23 eliminations. But I don't know. I think I am a little bit more shocked than what Toda managed to do towards the very final parts of the game, right? 17 eliminations in hand, and still they were able to meet Buriram, survive a little while. Yes, they got the floor wiped with their faces, but 17 eliminations and 9 points, that's the version of Toda we have not seen like the whole competition.
Yeah, super impressive. I think they got rid of Falcons. They were able to survive. It was either Dewa United or Indostars. I believe it was Dewa United. They wiped out Team Flash at the very start of the round. We say that, Todak, they also need to make a mad dash to try and get into top 12. They are more than 100 points away from 12th spot. And this round is a very, very good beginning. But goodness me, BRU, another 30 bomb added to their name. We are looking for them to potentially get 6 booyahs today, but also one more thing. 6 booyahs is one record. Breaking yesterday's, the all-time high, is another one. But the third one is whether BRU can hit the 1,000-point mark by the end of week 4.
My goodness, they are already 3 points away from 900. And if they do what they did yesterday, which is still go for their mighty goal of 6 booyahs, I think that's going to be pretty much guaranteed. Yesterday, they got more than 160 points, 162, I believe, which was massive, more than anybody else. I've never seen a team pick up that many points within one day of play. Of course, the new meta does manage to give you that sort of points with the pocket market and whatnot and the very early aggression in the game. But either way, no other team has managed to use all of these advantages to their own benefit.
Yeah, and I think this is just a perfect display of total game understanding, right? Even like you pointed out a couple minutes before, the game sense that BRU has. In certain situations, they are just finding easy pickoffs, and even in messy fights like this, there was a point of time where WAG successfully separated and isolated the members of BRU, but then they run into another problem. Now you gotta fight them 1v1, and even in 1v1s, BRU are just overall sharper.
But good enough for WAG to, of course, survive that long. We were talking about how between them and Onyx Olympus, it's going to be quite a heavy battle. They don't need to deal with the Vietnamese squad of heavy anymore as they are in Group B. But Onyx Olympus surely was going to be a threat. And Onyx was performing pretty decently all throughout the match as well, right? At one point coming across the players of Buriram United themselves, not getting wiped out, going on that revival spree, still managing to find that second last circle and stay along long enough to keep the heat on WAG.
Yeah, even between IDS and IDS and Dewa is also very impressive, right? Dewa wanted to wipe IDS, gets the tables flipped on them. Dewa runs away, able to get a last-minute revive. IDS recovers, and then still we see Dewa making it to the later stages of the game. So very, very good survival instincts, survivability for the Indonesians. But now they got to clock in some eliminations because getting placement points is just not remotely enough. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It might come as a shock, but we got to send it back to Thailand again to talk to BRU about their very first booyah.
Hi guys, I'm back on duty today, and here with us the Mochi from Buriram United Esports. Yay! What just happened? It looks like we cannot stop you guys. You play so aggressive. Why?
ทำไมวันนี้ถึงเล่นโหดจังคะไม่มีใครหยุดได้แล้ว
ก็ไม่ได้โหดมากครับมันคือมาตรฐานปกติ
It's not that aggressive, just a normal play, our standard.
I heard that yesterday you said you're gonna get 5 booyah and you got it. So I wanna ask you, how many Buriram United Esports gonna get booyah today?
เมื่อวานเราบอกว่าเราจะเอา5บูย่าแล้วเราก็ได้5บูย่าจริงๆเพราะงั้นวันเนี้ยจะเอากี่บูย่าคะ
เอา6ครับ
Six. Are you sure?
ผมไม่ลังเลผมเอา6
no hesitation
Okay. So, what do you wanna say to your fans?
วันนี้อยากฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆคะ
ก็ผมรักแฟนครับ
I love my girlfriend it's not fan it's girlfriend
Fans mean someone who follow you, not your fan. แบบ
fan club fan club
พี่พูดให้
Okay. 3, 2, 1, action. What do you wanna say to your fans?
ขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกคนครับที่ซัพพอร์ตกันมาโดยตลอดแล้วพวกเราก็จะสู้กันอย่างเต็มที่ครับ
And this is Mochi. Can you translate?
ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ร่วมsorry I forgot thank you our fan club to keep supporting us we will do our best
Okay. Booyah Muted is for. See you in the next game. Hope you're gonna get 6 Booyah today.
Here we go
Yay! Here we go. Back to Shoutcaster.
Thanks,
Mochi's
Mochi.
trying to give us the mic.
Got it, right here, installed. Thank you, Mochi.
We got it,
So-
man. We got it. Don't
Well,
have your diamond earrings, but we got the mic.
They feel a lot more chattier today, which is a good sign. You know,
Yeah.
6 booyahs. They've already started it off on a good note, right? They just need
Yeah.
5 more. If they get 5 more, they not only get 6 booyahs in a single day, they get 11 out of 12 in a single week. The records just keep getting crazier the more I think about it. But who can stop thinking about it, right? Especially when you have
my.
people like Wasana, who is our MVP for the game. 6 eliminations, 3.8k total damage, and out of the 6 elims, he has 7 knockdowns. This man is a monster.
Now I understand why Funa does Funa stuff, right? Like constantly putting himself in danger, doing ridiculous things like running into a team of 4 people just all alone, because he's trying to outdo Wasana. Wasana's barely trying, but he's still the top fragger out there, right? He's got the Tatsuya constantly bursting around. Funa's got the disabler. He doesn't have the speed that is brought in here by Wasana, but we know that he has something that Wasana does not bring to the table, which is the insanity in terms of decision making. But overall, he does equalize him in the number of eliminations.
Yeah, equalized not just in terms of elimination, but when you look at the headshots, this Funan.
My God.
Holy cow, he has 17 headshots. Right, Mochi is the rifler or the sniper, right? He has 4. And Funa, he's just popping hits the entire game. Get high as well, right? The unsung hero for BRU, 14 for him. But this game, wow, good to see Todak on that Hall of Fame. Is Zen with 7 alongside Funa, Get High and Wasana, each with 6, and then Wings with 5.
Is Toda finally back? Like, are they going to play seriously in the competition? If they are, then I'm going to bring some hype for them once again, man, because this team, alongside Homeboy's Conspiracy, have been looking like they just do not want to be a part of the competition. They've been so lackluster in all of their engagements. But today's Toda is showing a very different field out there in terms of their tenacity.
Hopefully, it's the second awakening for Todak, right? When they kind of joined the scene, they actually acquired a pretty decent roster. Came out hot and instantly nosedive and really never got to recover. But now, it looks like a good omen. They hope they keep it consistent. On our key players, Garu revived 3 times. Again, Funa, we mentioned his 17 headshots. Zen with the most elims, 7 to his name. And Jack being the reviver, reviving his teammates 4 times.
Yeah, and 3 out of the times was Gardu. Thrown on 10 eliminations in total, alongside the Woodpecker. Bison making it to the top 3 as well. And I think the nerf really affected the Charge Buster, man. Nobody wants to touch it anymore.
I mean, it's how should I put it? If you can't one-shot people anymore, I think it definitely falls out of favor, right? Charge Buster was just known for these crazy clutch moments where people turn the corner and get their ribs blown into pieces. Right now, we're back to the classic SMGs, or back to the classic, semi-automatic guns. Here we have BRU with 35 points. Not a surprise at this rate, but Todak's one is a surprise. 26. I mentioned this is a top-heavy game, but it is extremely top-heavy.
Yeah, it's top heavy and a very, very unlikely team sitting down at the top. Team Toda. I'm hoping to see more of this. I do not want to see a slump in terms of performance. It will be quite disappointing because I think this is exactly what we've been saying throughout the whole competition. Toda is just a team that is very capable, just like Homeboys. But for some reason, we just don't see all of that flair and magic. Indostars, they have been tortured for quite a little bit, but still props to them for getting 7 of those placement points. 6 of those placement points, 7 of those eliminations. I guess it still helps them hang around in the top 5 for a little while longer.
And we say that Toda, they need more than 100 points to break into top 12, and that point still remains true. But if they can keep up this degree of performance, at the end of the day, even though they might not be in top 12, they will be close enough to break into that next week. So Toda, they just have to keep going. As for BRU, they're sitting at the top, almost breaking into the 900 point mark at this point. And Reverse Red, they can do nothing but watch, right? It's all up to Falcons to try and make a difference on their leaderboard.
All Toda needs to do is focus on 2 teams, God of Wolf as well as Dewa United Apollo. Both of these teams are not doing too great. Dewa United, of course, has got that survivability on their side, a lot of heavy firepower when it's truly required. God of Wolf is a little bit of an easier picking, so technically they do stand a very strong chance against them. Only 12 points now behind God of Wolf, so it's very doable to overtake them. And of course, with a little bit more effort, overtake Dewa United. And before you know it, you are just 1 spot away from breaking into the top 12, right? Very doable for Toda, just like you said, Husky. Maybe not in this week, but they'll set themselves up really well for next week.
Yeah, you have a lot of plenty of chances to lay out the groundwork, and I think if Toda can do it, Team Flash, Homeboys Conspiracy, they also have the potential. But clearly, Toda is the team that has woken up very early, woken up on the right side of the bed, and the fact that they eliminated Team Flash that early on in Bermuda made life even tougher for Team Flash. Let's see if they can repeat that on Purgatory, which is BRU's domain. Stalwart and Red are not going to be, Reverse Red are not going to be playing today, so it's all BRU. These teams, they are in for a ride.
Yeah, Team Falcons and EVOS Divine, they do fairly well on this map as well, but the only difference between Buriram and those 2 teams is Buriram knows what it's like to taste a little bit of that booyah, right? 2 booyahs at Purgatory thus far. They're looking for 6 today. They already have 1 in the bag, making it look like it was no difficulty at all picking up all of those eliminations. 35 points in a row. Could they make it 70 just from 2 games?
Yeah, and I also want to point out something I just noticed, right? I can't believe I didn't notice this yesterday. But prior to week number 4, BRU have 9 booyahs. Now they have 15. They got 6 booyahs. 6 out of the 15 booyahs in just 2 days. And out of the 6, 1 was literally just now. So BRU, they are on a record-setting speed. Well, what was the most booyah a team has throughout a single league? I don't think it's even 9, and BRU has broken that record, and they are still not done just yet. Purgatory might just be number 16 for them.
What flight
Look
path
at this
is
flight
this?
path, though. This is brutal.
Oh my goodness. Dude, you were wondering if or not we're going to get some early engagements. We're going to get tons of early engagements out here. It's only lucky for the teams who are dropping towards the bottom side, because all of the teams trying to go towards Fields, Crossroads, Modehouse, if you are just that kind of person, they're all going to get into early scuffles. And the 2 Indonesians find themselves once again. Indostars will be going up against a very early EVOS Phoenix in this battle.
I was looking at kind of the drop spots, right? You're right. EVOS Divine actually runs into IDS, so that's already a first knockdown. Those 2 teams are gonna just duke it out. Some teams are very happy. Falcons, they're not bothered by it. They have their usual spots. I think for BRU, they're gonna go to the western side anyways. Probably one of the quote-unquote worst flight paths we have seen in like 3 years plus. But it makes it interesting. Expand against WAG. This is a team that, I mean, they really, really want to stay in the top 12, but we assaulted by Expand just makes it so much harder. That's 2 of WAG already gunned down. I think Krillin also got shot despite gaining distance. And the Ghost, he's 1 shot away from going down. This just could be another early wipe onto a Vietnamese team. I mean, Vietnam just not having a good day.
And at the same time, we were talking about how Toda needs to aim for the heads of God of Wolf and Dewa United Apollo. And that's exactly what we see happening out at Ski Lodge. A very early knockdown onto Mr. 17. The revive is there. But as Expand overextends to the corners of Brasilia looking for WAG's points, here comes attack all around as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Expand can outlast this, because attack all around, they definitely need this point. And I think Expand understands that they're not in a position to fight, right? Let's try and
Yeah.
gain as much distance as possible. If we have to lose someone, we just minimize our losses and we kind of play for the next phase of the game. They definitely need time to recover. But attack all around, they are already in the compound, and it really felt like Expand might be trapped. We'll have to take this fight on.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
The shotgun straight to the head. Unfortunately, there was just no time to respond, but Axel does manage to trade onto Limit here. Elimination comes through quickly as well for Axel.
And they even pick 5 MKs back up. So attack all around gains nothing from that.
One more. It's a 2v1 here. Suez just quick bait in and out, and X-Roy from outside. Beautiful stuff against Spoon God. And now attack all around. 2 men down already. Jump God trying to back away. He's got the Bison. Jumps right back into action to try to distract them. 5 MKS gets the shot. Karoro, 200 coins. He can't revive anyone just yet.
Straight up disaster for attack all around, and it all started. We thought that, whoa, attack all around starting off hot, right? Limited with a sick Trogon shot onto 5 MKS. Couldn't get the finisher, ends up going down, and from that point onwards, Expand just started winning the 1v1s. And fending off attack all around is probably one of the biggest boons that Expand could have gotten in this early phase. That's 7 points for the team already.
And that was a big battle because let us not forget, Attack All Around currently sits above Expand on the overall leaderboard, directly above, 75 points ahead of them. So if they can personally make sure Attack All Around exits this lobby, that makes the journey to catch up so much more smoother. Liam is caught between a hard place and a haystack. Looks like the haystack gives him up. Ray with a P90, easy shutdown. Into Stars, still being pressured by EVOS Divine.
I have a feeling that Expand was trying to chase down Kuroro because I saw 5 MKs got shot down. We'll kind of check in the progress of that in a little bit because Ray is very good. Has the info on Koshu. You trying to turn these corners. Whoever is hiding behind the wall has an innate advantage. And even Divine fending off ideas means that 18 is in a horrible spot, but Axel exerts revenge, getting exactly what they want. Attack all around gets absolutely nothing in this game.
And this is the result of that roster shuffle for the side of Expand as well. It's like 2 imports are better than 1.
Yeah, 2 imports better than 1, and apparently, you know, just being better at gunfights makes you stronger. And they're not done just yet. Now it's Onyx Olympus. Wow, the cover from Roy is just phenomenal. That shot saved his teammate.
Roy's like, calm down, AJ. Not just the imports, all right? We still got it cracking out here. Let's see if or not he can get another shot off as Onyx manages to recover a tad bit. Thoda getting into a scuffle with Team Flash and Falcons just watching from afar. All of this battle just happening just outside the compound where Expand sits at. It's about to be a party shortly.
They relocate to avoid the conflict and ends up running into Expand. This is going to be a very populated area. Remember, so far Expand, they didn't really have much time to recuperate, right? They got some breathing space thanks to individual performances. Now they need time to heal up, but it's not just Toda they gotta worry about. There's Onyx Olympus, Falcons coming in, Team Flash also nearby. Trap, that long range shot is gonna do some chip damage, and Roy gets hunted down by Jack, and that means that Expand finally will have to take a back seat.
I have no idea what Roy was doing because he was running away from the rest of his team members, perhaps trying to pull away the attention of Onyx Olympus. He was successful, had to sacrifice himself in the bid to do so, but I don't know how much well worth is that maneuver because it's not like Expand can go anywhere looking at how crowded Brasilia is right now. And I think they are answering my question as I ask it. They are rotating outside of Brasilia, moving away from all of the heat of battle.
I like that move. Not sure if they saw that Team Flash player who just got revived, but it's totally fine. I think even for Falcons, they want to expand their territorial influence. Now the question is, do they know that there are Expand members nearby? So far, they are preoccupied by Todak at least, and Onyx Olympus. They want more trying to go for a lot of these pot shots. They now see Todak's banner. They even see a monster trap being dropped on top of the roof, so they know that there's going to be more than just one team around the area.
Todak scans the area around them and find out that all of the Onyx players are right on them. So no time to breathe for Todak. We'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. Falcon, instead of rotating straight into the compound of Expand, finds Flash instead, and they go in for the shutdown. Peter with the Bison. There's a tad bit stuck here behind the glue wall. Waits for an opportunity. Volley shows up, and I don't know if or not that was a great idea.
Now, I mean, Falcon's in the thick of it to try and take on Team Flash from behind. Volley. That was a good pinch angle, but just could not win the gunfight. And Kiba finds Shin, who wants to help his teammate. And Team Flash ends up falling because they got overwhelmed by multiple squads. Another early exit for them.
8 eliminations thus far for Expand. And are they going to help out Team Toda here by shutting down GOW? Spending their time outside the circle. Fires. Gets knocked down onto the ground first. His head didn't carry a helmet on it. Ian behind the glue wall. Xroy MP40. Good sprays. Can take a good, easy knockdown here. Ian manages to back away. Xroy. Illegal to miss shots like that.
Yeah, they have no idea where Iza is. This is not a fight that they need to take. I mean, the fact that Iza got a very early knock should give you an indicator that there was a sniper somewhere. But I felt like X-Men did not communicate that properly. X-Ray just blindly ran in, and Iza was taking free pot shots at the team. They are lucky that they are still in the game, but now completely crippled. The momentum stopped by GOW as BRU gets another wipeout off screen.
And Indostars just crippled. Buriram the ones to get their job done. God of Wolf with a phenomenal fight off against Expand outside the circle. Circle 2 doesn't really hurt as much as the 4th one later on. So they can spend a little bit more time out there. But as the circle catches up with the next safe zone, it's just going to stack up on their damage. Buriram backing away from EVOS Divine this time. And I don't think it's because they're afraid. They were just trying to go for that revival. And EVOS Divine continuously poking this hornet's nest.
Let's see if they can do some damage. BRU are quite split up right now. They can get these individual, isolated knockdowns. It could benefit them. Nate in Get High's hand. That was get instantly tossed. Easily avoided by EVOS Divine. And now they do have control over the trailer park. And I think for BRU, you can see one of the members pulling away. It's all about distance right now. EVOS Divine have the upper hand. Even sending out the UAV to get some intel.
And that intel fully scans up all 4 players. And a counter intel played by EVOS Divine. They know the positions of the Buriram squad as well. But the question is, can just information on Buriram get you those eliminations? We know them to be one of the best, if not the best, gunslingers out there on the battlefield. Wasana setting himself up for that left-hand side flank. You've got a flank on the right-hand side as well. Wouldn't be surprised if that was Moshi. And the moment they go in there for the pincer, it's going to be the end of EVOS Divine. And it looks like EVOS Divine, they call out this strategy. They attack Get High first, and they move in together as a squad. So it's going to be a very early 4v3 here, courtesy of ABAX pushing forth with a Drogon.
Very, very good push. And Wasana instantly replies by taking out Gade. So the equalizer is obtained by BRU. Now Funa and Wasana gets to push on forward, but EVOS Divine, they do get the revive with the vending machine. ABAX against Wasana, and Ray backs him up. Meeson from behind. Wasana drops. And BRU losing 2 members already, but it really feels like they're stuck in this fight with no way out. Dewa United shows up. Bara finds Funa. There's 3 for BRU eliminated. Can BRU get out of this predicament though? It feels like they are trapped. Look at Get High. He's in no man's land.
Yeah, Dewa United here just messing around with EVOS Divine. Moshi manages to get a knock. Moshi popped by that A124. Just that 25 damage, enough to push him over the very edge. Dewa United, they stuck their noses in here thinking that they could walk away the biggest winners. Unfortunately, they don't really get too many off of that.
Well, the dream of 6 Booyahs per day squashed very early on thanks to just one crucial decision by Apex to go for that push, right? I think BRU, very, very rarely you see them get caught off guard, and that's one of it. Unfortunately for Expand, it fell in the hands of GOW despite being able to get a full reset earlier on. And now GOW will be the ones leading.
My goodness, GOW leading the eliminations. I think they were definitely a little heated from the initial wipeout on Bermuda. They desperately want to recover some of that faltering. Is the one of 2 teams currently not in the top 12 with Booyahs in their hands. A total of 2 thus far, and it looks like they want to add on and make it number 3. With Buriram here not hunting for their 6 Booyahs of the day, perhaps this is going to be pretty doable for them.
And Toda, on the other hand, this game a bit more quiet. Up against Falcons again. Falcons back to exact revenge onto Toda, who took them out in the previous round. The nade so well lobbed by Peter. Wings clipped And that's going to be 2 down for Todak. Falcons in for the finishing blow. Todak, they get the revive, but Zen didn't even get to touch the ground. It was Divine in the meantime, also meeting an early demise.
And Toda, of course, follows suit in the 5th spot. Unfortunate for Toda after a brilliant performance earlier. Falcon and Peter's nades just one that they could not mess with. Onyx will go ahead to lose Jack as well, who showed up in a unfortunate spot out there on the battlefield. So it's a 4v4 v4. 3 nations in the final circle.
This is going to be pretty tight though. Look at GOW, full control of this entire area. Devil United, they have to go through the bridge. It's not a fun area to traverse through though. Iza, he has a scope just aimed at that area. I mean, how are you going to go through? You might have to win a sniping battle, but then there's another problem, right? This is a watchtower.
Yeah.
GOW would naturally have better vision. The only team that has a better chance is probably Falcons, who are coming in from the eastern side.
Falcons, no booyah to their name just yet. They're looking for their very first one on Purgatory. The second best team on this map when groups A and C are compared against each other. And it's going to be easy pickings here on the players of Dewa if Falcons rotate towards the bottom of the hill. Mr. 05 already losing his life. 17 follows up. And both of them drop means neither one gets to be picked up. Sam 13 way too far away. And now Dewa United with that slow rotation, just with the portal goal, it has turned sour for them. GOW goes up against Falcons. Dewa United can stay out of this one for a while if they want to stand a better chance.
It doesn't make it better when there are 2 teams looking at you, right? I feel like if Falcons were not in that area, that would have been that would have been so much safer for Dewa. But GOW, they're going to be barricading themselves right across Falcons. We'll see if Dewa can do some damage. I highly doubt so though. They're on that bridge, which makes them prime target. The circle helping out Falcons, and you can see the moment that circle forms, GOW, they're going to make that move to push on forward. They need to take space.
If GOW pushes in first, then Dewa will have an opportunity here. They are the ones closest to the edge of the circle, and this one's gonna hurt a lot if you get tagged up by it. So the time is gonna be very crucial here for Dewa United. They're waiting for this battle to break out, but GOW and Falcons both super passive, and Falcons, they technically don't need to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, they can just wait, right? The circle is already in their favor. They really do not need to panic. It's all about whether, you know, GOW can make an impact.
Oh, here they come. Circles pushing Dewa United in. And this is exactly what we did not want for them. GOW taking their own sweet time. A portal go used to quickly reposition for one of the GOW players. A tad bit of a waste there that could just bite them in the back a little bit later on. As Dewa United slowly creeps on in, GOW holding on to the very edge of the circle. Iza too far away, and this is gonna hurt them. Dewa United now starts firing off at GOW. Falcons taking shots at Dewa United. This 3-way battle not doing the underdogs any bit of favors at all.
Getting 3 shots, GOW about to pour in. Dewa United, they might not be able to win the round, but they could have a chance to do some damage coming in from the main road, and they gotta pick a lane, and it seems like they picked the side where Falcons are at. It might not be the right choice though, as they're starting to lose members. Sam 13, last man standing, and just bleeding out to that ice grenade. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see GOW pushing in, trying to go for the pincer on the Falcons. Falcons corral together. They need time to heal out one more, but one more still gets chipped down, and this is the opportunity for God of Wolves to go for the hunt. And Peter not winning that fight. Deanne keeps himself alive. The glue wall melters just destroying the defenses of Falcons. That cluster did not connect, but still, it is more than just enough to buy GOW time to put in the finishing touches as they clock in 15, 16 eliminations soon to be had. And GOW now has the most members.
The recovery is solid here for the side of Falcon. Peter and Cougar back on their feet. Dewa United chipping in a couple of shots there from the right-hand side as well. GOW couldn't finish off the job, but they have managed to wound the biggest predator within this final circle already. Now the Falcons are wounded, and they can't make a mistake now. Peter pushes on alongside Cougar, trying to catch Dian off guard here. A 2v1. Neo tries to equal the battle, and as Neo shows up, Cougar goes down. Peter's out. Neo the champ, and 17 eliminations looking for Sam 13. GOW with a massive booyah to make their comeback.
does it with a charged buster of all things. We were ready to write that weapon off. We were like, this thing overtaken by the bison, overtaken by the woodpecker. And GOW decides to show us that it is still a very viable option in certain situations. So well done at the very end. 18 points, exactly what they needed. You look at the leaderboard, GOW, they're in the same position as Toda. They need to close the distance and lay the groundwork. Couldn't do that in round 1, but round number 2, they strike back.
My goodness, this is why GOW, this is why Vietnam is so dangerous. They are not the biggest threat in the competition, but if you sleep on them, they will send you to sleep. 18 eliminations, no joke, and they walk away with the biggest share of those placement points as a whole for a total of 12, 30 massive points for GOW, who's not even in the top 12. This is their third booyah that they are walking in here with, and the second one overall at Purgatory. You could just say this is their best map.
Definitely one of their best. Absolutely disgusting. Very much needed, right? And perhaps you are right. Perhaps Group C is exactly what we need to stop BRU. Well, we're getting glimpses of that, right? Like yesterday, I also pointed out the reference that we saw from Sao Paulo was that to stop BRU, being better than them is obviously the easiest way to put it, but you need to have a lobby where every single team or majority of the teams are not willing to give up space and they make others earn for it. And look at Evil's Divine, right? They made BRU work for every single space, and they are the ones who are willing to pull the trigger to really stop BRU.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt at all that we also see that exact same fight in the Indonesians here. They were united, especially in that final circle. EVOS Divine versus Indostars. That was just a little unfortunate, right? Because such an early engagement, both teams lost a lot of initial resource before getting into another hustle.
I think, you know, in this game, at least for the Indonesians, they have something to rejoice about. But just like game number 1, you kind of stuck at the mid phase. Only Dewa United was able to make it kind of to the very end. But even then, they just not given the right kind of circle to work with. That was sort of a sure lose for them, and at least they still tried to make the best out of it.
And this was the part where Toda just went down to fantastic grenades courtesy of Peter. I mean, double toss on those grenades. They got the knock. Peter went in there for the finisher, and I did not expect this flank from GOW. This was the booyah winning flank for the Vietnamese squad, taking the initiative, going in straight for the attack onto Team Falcon. And, you know, Falcon's pretty lethal when it comes to the CQCs, but I think the new meta is just not faring well for them. A little bit of a cut in speed seems to be disrupting their play.
I think the most important part about that final sequence was also the fact that GOW successfully corralled Falcon into a group, right? And that made it really hard for Falcon to play around, and they didn't have time to save the teammates. But for once in a long time, we're going to sign over to Vietnam to talk to GOW about that win in game number 2.
Hello everybody, welcome to our Vietnamese Booyah interview after the match. Right next to me is God of Wolf Nell. Can you say hello to the audience please? Xin chào Nell, thì không biết là mẹ có thể nói lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Chào mọi người nha, thì lâu lắm cũng mới được phỏng vấn rồi nên là còn hơi bỡ ngỡ.
Congratulations on your very first Booyah of the second day of your match today. Just a normal questions, how do you feel right now? Thì lời đầu tiên là xin chúc mừng Nell cũng như là God of Wolf, chúng ta đã lấy được chiếc Booyah ở trong ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của mình. Thì không biết là hiện tại bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau một khoảng thời gian dài mình không thi đấu ạ?
Nói chung là mới đầu thì mình cũng khá là ngợp, nhưng mà dần dần thì mình cũng thích nghi được cái giải đấu nên là bắn khá là tốt.
I feel really intense at first, but then after that, he's finally catching up with the vibes of the tournament. Then that's why he's giving us a very good performance today. Then moving on to our next questions. I saw that the final scene, you guys were having a very intense fight with Dewa, but also Team Falcons. How are you guys managing that intensified of things? Thì ở cái pha cuối cùng mình thấy được là chúng ta có một cái màn giao tranh khá là căng thẳng với Team Falcon Thái Lan cũng như là của Dewa Indo. Thì không biết là mọi người cảm thấy như thế nào về tức là mọi người có cái chia sẻ như thế nào về cái phần đó không? Tại lúc đấy là mình có thấy là không phải là tăng cơ chính của chúng ta, nhưng mà ai là người đã quyết định call cái vị trí đấy lên ạ?
Thì nói chung là team cũng bàn bạc nhiều thứ nên là quyết định đẩy vị trí của Daehan lên tăng, nên là nhưng mà thấy Daehan thể hiện khá là tốt.
We were talking a lot about that scenes that we decided to pick Daehan as our tanker, even though his main role is not tanker at all, but at the end he did a very good job. Then what will you achieve your next goal in this tournament? Thì không biết là các bạn đã quay trở lại với một cái phòng rất là tốt rồi, thì chúng ta sẽ đặt cái mục tiêu của mình ở trong tuần này là bao nhiêu nhỉ?
Mình sẽ cố gắng bắn hôm nay được tầm 100 điểm là đạt chỉ tiêu của mình.
He said he would try his best so that they can achieve 100 points. That is their goals today. Then it's been a long time you haven't seen everyone. Do you have anything you want to say to the viewer? Thì cũng rất là lâu rồi Neo cũng chưa gặp lại các bạn khán giả. Thì hiện tại thì Neo có lời gì muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi FFWS SEA Spring 2024 không?
Thì mong là các bạn cổ vũ các đội tuyển Việt Nam hết mình và cũng như góp vuốt bọn mình ạ.
Please continue to cheer for our Vietnamese team and also for God of Wolf. Thank you so much for following us. This is the end of our interview. See you guys next time.
Breath of fresh air, hope revitalized for God of Wolf and the Vietnamese region in general. The only Vietnamese team in top 12 that is in a slightly more secure spot is PE Sports. And I say it very loosely, right? That in 10th, then followed by WAG, then followed by GOW, who after that big round, they placed themselves very, very close to Dewa United Esports, which is a good first step.
Absolutely. Another round of a solid performance like that, they may just overtake Dewa United. In fact, if Dewa United was not in that final circle, we would see them at minimum about 10 digits in terms of closeness, right? Neo with the 8 eliminations, 10 knockdowns in total with the A124. Regardless of what these guys do, I just want to see a tad bit more of the consistency because they hit those high notes, and when they do, it's amazing, all of their booyahs. And this is the same team that can dip instantly with 4 or 5 points the very next game.
Yeah, there are certain rounds I believe in previous tournaments where GOW, when they go on a tear, they felt unstoppable. But when the gas runs out, GOW just falls flat. Perhaps, hopefully, for the rest of the day, they maintain this momentum. Even when you look at kind of the lineup that they have, right, we're seeing, I believe RIP did bring Rip did bring the Joseph. We talk about the fact that he's not able to be slowed down. So some teams are putting him to effect. But overall, Neo in this game is definitely putting a lot of that weight.
Yeah, you can't slow him down, you can't tag him, you can't earn extra coins off of him, you can't silence his skills even with the A124. So there's a lot of impact that Joseph brings into the game, but he just needs to take damage first, which makes it a tad bit complicated. But Neo still the MVP overall in the elimination leaders here, followed up by Cougar, who has 5 to his name. Team Falcon trying their best to make a comeback here, but it just doesn't feel like what they were when they were C-Triple-G. This perhaps change in management could be affecting them a little bit differently?
It could be a possibility, but I hope not, right? Because I remember that for the side of C-Triple-G, they also had Odna, who is no longer with the team, and I believe his stint with C-Triple-G was not even 6 months. So I wonder what is what happened behind the scenes, and for C-Triple-G as a whole, even before Odna was part of the roster, this team was ferocious. Overall in every single lobby that you meet them. So far, we're not seeing that side of them, at least not in week number 4. Key players though, Xtroy, welcome to the Hall of Shame for being revived the most. Across Sam 13, 12 grenades used, Iza with 7 destroyed blue walls, and Peter with that single elimination by grenade.
I love how production trolls these players by calling them key players, but most revive, which basically means they were key to the fall of their squad.
They died the most, but we can't say that they got it. It doesn't sound nice if we say that. Yeah, we have to say that they got brought back the most. The undying. Yeah,
the undying.
I just thought
they just refuse to stay down, right?
Yeah, just thought of the perfect.
Maybe you can try to not get taken down next time.
Next time, just use the undying, right? You can credit me for that afterwards, production. Bison, though, still the most popular weapon with the Woodpecker and the Trogon. Well, at least we saw a couple of Charge Busters from Neo, and with that, 30 points for GOW.
And I guess that's exactly why he dared bring the Charge Buster in there. He was running the Joseph, and technically the Charge Buster itself was already going to slow him down, so he didn't need any other active or passive skills out there slowing him down. Walks in there, does phenomenally well with the Charge Buster. Yes, the nerf is there, the range has been reduced, the slowness of the player has been increased a little bit. They can't really boost around all that too much, but the firepower of a well-aimed Charge Buster shot is still going to hurt. Falcon takes away 19 points off of this game. Not their best match, but also a big improvement compared to their initial games.
Yeah, so much better. At least they are now essentially one game away from overtaking Reverse Red, and they surely will be able to overtake Reverse Red by the end of this, right? Because Stalwart, they're not anywhere close. For EVOS, Divine, and IDS, they are actually stuck in the same spot, right? The only thing separating them would be 5 elimination points, both at 588 points. Now they have a really good chance of breaking into the top 5.
At least we have 2 Titan teams from Indonesia that really gets to put the heat on some of these Thai teams, right? Indostar's about 50-ish plus points behind Stalwart Esports, who are not playing today. So there's a high probability by the end of the day, we see Indostars in the 4th spot. But they really got to hustle. No more early skirmishes if possible, because we see the tenacity, but those early skirmishes haven't really been doing them well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, we're going to head to a break. We'll come back for game number 3 in just a little bit.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. Play day 12 out of 18 in the knockout stages, and Buriram United Esports sits at the very top with a 211-point lead on the team that's sitting in second, and obviously much more than the rest of the squads out there. They're in a whole other league of their own, so therefore number one spot here at the knockout stages can no longer be aimed for, but at the finals it'll be a totally different situation altogether, Husky.
Yeah, for now, BRU have just demonstrated just unadulterated prowess. There's no teams that could stop them. But kudos to Evil's Divine for being able to even wipe them out in the previous game, right? Stopping that momentum for BRU. But if there's anything we know about this squad, they're going to bounce back just as fast. And it will take the teams more than just one wipeout to stop the Kings.
Absolutely, but of course they'll have to try extra hard as we head on into Alpine, one of the better maps for Buriram United Esports. Yes, they've got 15 booyahs in total, but a massive 4 of those booyahs comes from Alpine, right? Currently at the number one spot with a total of 198 points to their side, and the closest ones to them is actually the Falcons. Now, I'm actually hoping to see Team Falcons really rise up to the occasion here and take Alpine back as their own dominant map from the hands of Buriram United Esports, because we know exactly how much they need those points. They are still behind Reverse Red, like you said, one game away from surely catching up. But to make up the 200 points difference, although it makes no difference at all, they'll still make it through to the knockout stages later on. You want to show the world that you can fight against Buriram.
Yeah, and you want to also make sure that Buriram is kept in check, throughout the entirety of the league stage, or at least for the entirety of this evening. But again, at least so far we've seen that the Group C, they're giving Buriram slightly more trouble, and that's only just because Evil's Divine are willing to take the initiative. Whether other teams are willing to do so if BRU runs into them, it's a completely different story that we'll have to wait when match 3 starts. For now, I think for GOW, they're in a good spot, right? They're on the rise.
It could also be the exact opposite of what I was trying to say earlier, right? Maybe Falcons doesn't want to catch up. Maybe Falcons would like to extend the lead that Buriram has at the very top against them, so that when we get into the finals, it can be a situation where Buriram just thinks that, okay, we've got this tournament worn out, and what do you know? 6 games, it's not the case.
That could be a possibility. I mean, we have seen crazy stuff before, even for Falcons prior to being Falcons when they were CGGG. They have done some insane stuff. You can say the same for teams like E-Arena, even in this case. But of course, for the overall standings, BRU still perched at the top, 905 points. We'll see if they can break through the 1,000-point benchmark for the day. And it might be a new headache for our designers, though. There's even space for a 4th digit on the scoreboard. We'll just have them figure it out.
They'll have to make space because Buriram's definitely going to get there. But I agree with you. Production's going to be like, please just achieve it next week so that we can make some graphical changes first. Looking at the list of booyahs here, only 2 games have concluded. Buriram starting the day off hot. Technically, out of 7 games played, they have 6 booyahs to their name, yesterday and today included. Purgatory was swept away by God of Wolf and their phenomenal performance for the 3rd booyah overall thus far in the competition for them.
You mean they played 8 games and they got 6 booyahs, right? Because they played 6 and got 5 yesterday.
That's true.
Yeah,
I meant up to game 1.
Yeah, I mean, still crazy, right? I mean, 6 out of 8. Right? Who would have won that statistics? But for this map, again, like you pointed out, AJ, still the best team, still BRU, 198 points, 4 booyahs in total on the times that they played on Alpine, followed by Falcons and Evil's Divine, who are all playing today.
Yeah, Group B is not so fancy on this map. It's the 3 of these teams that are very, very well dominant and well versed with the rotations around Alpine as a whole. Evil's Divine, I'm hoping for this to be their spot for a comeback. They've been trying. Today has not been a great day for them. They're on an average of 8 points thus far from the first 2 games that has been played, and they keep getting into early skirmishes, and I totally understand why. They want to get aggressive. They want to get the upgrades on the glue maker. They want to get all of those coins. It's just not doing them too good.
Yeah, and the goal is, to overtake Stalwart and to kind of extend the gap between them and Indo Stars. So far, they have not been able to achieve that. In fact, they are tied with Indo Stars with with only like 4 or 5 elimination points separating those two teams.
Yeah.
We're gonna hop into Alpine for game number 3, and let's see if BRU is going to bounce back, which most of the time they would. Let's see the fight path though. We've gotten some nasty ones in the previous game. This game, is it going to be kind to everyone? Yep, pretty kind.
Pretty kind indeed. It's scary how similar Indostars and EVOS Divine are out there. Both of them are in Group A. Both of them have 5 Booyahs each. Both of them have more than 250 placement points, more than 320 eliminations. And they're just kind of lingering around there, right? Like you said, all equal on the number of points in the overall grand scheme of things. So this is going to be a big fight for both of them in this match.
See, I mean, even in terms of the drop spot, you could see that they're doing their own thing. I'm looking at the Indonesians like IDS. They might run into WAG very early on. If they can win this fight, which they should in terms of power level, then it will be an easy injection of 4 points. But Krillin about to prove that wrong though. Getting Thompson very early on. And Kochu, he's going to be chased at UMP. Ain't going to do much. Krillin finds 2 in a row.
I mean, you've got a auto shotgun in your hands. What do? You just spray your opponents down. But God of Wolf now dropping by to check out the situation. Deanne's going to catch out Liam. It looks like an early exit for Indostars here. Cannot be avoided. WAG, but now they pull the attention towards themselves instead.
It really felt like the ultimate curse for IDS, right? The inevitable is in sight. WAG though somehow still able to gain some distance. Maybe this is not the end for them after all. They're taking some chip damage, but none of them is knocked down just yet. Can't say the same for Kiba, who is getting chased down by the only survivor of IDS, Raz. Desperate to get something done. Maybe get this knockdown, maybe get this elimination, and perhaps get enough coins to go for that revive, but it is just not achievable. Onyx Olympus deals the final blow, and IDS falls.
Yeah, too early in those skirmishes. IDS looking for some cheap points early. Instead, all they get is an early exit from the lobby. EVOS Divine going to be smiling year to year, understanding that has just happened because now they barely need to do anything and they can still overtake.
Yeah. This round is basically open up. It's basically a free round for EVOS Divine. As long as they are not the next team to get wiped out with 0 points, they are in a slightly more comfortable spot right now. Is they literally get a free pass to get as much points as possible. You can say the same for WAG, who also wants to extend that lead between 12 and 13.
Troy with the red dot has a decent chance here, but obviously no sprays on that assault rifle. Ghost gonna get tagged up a little bit as well. Faiz MKS taking good position behind around the back, and the Ghost goes down. Great play by Faiz and X-Roy. The falling shot. Cyrus goes down. Krillin instant revive, but Expanse putting on a show here by wiping the floor with WAG. Final player has backed away, got one revival in. WAG will survive a little longer.
Yeah, so well done from Expand individually. Just pinpoint accuracy in terms of identifying where the enemies are and getting the necessary shots. I mean, even X-Roy stepping up, finding the confidence to just run into the fights, backed up by his teammates. Dewa United out in the open now, facing off against Team Flash. It's a grenade in Shin's hand. He's gonna toss it out. It seems like he would. Just minor chip damage only. And Yan Bin also getting a good clear shot on Dewa.
See what the plan here is for Team Flash. It was just a tad bit further away. And you gotta love the adjustments coming through in Free Fire. I mean, in the past, Husky, we used to just watch matches where you get caught out here, your team is instantly wiped or you wipe the other team. Now with the revivals, the capability to run away, with all of the items and the buffs added in for the active passive skills, survivability is just so possible out there.
Yeah, and that's how we get like these incredible clutches and comebacks in Free Fire, right? Like regardless of what team or regions we look at. I think the revival system is one of the best things and one of the most impactful things that has been introduced to the game. Team Flash on top of the bridge, volley takes first contact, finding Virus. That's already a good start for Team Flash, who really cannot afford to make any more mistakes or early exits.
I believe Dewa United is the one that's running 2 Thivas on their team. And I guess they are so used to getting knocked down on the battlefield that they need a little bit of a boost, a little bit of an assist on that passive skill of the Vital Vibes. Helps you increase your speed of pickup. And the moment you pick your teammate up, he recovers 60 HP in 3 seconds. So That's a little bit of a fair deal there. And you can see exactly why Day One needs that. Early skirmishes. Wally finds Sam 13 as well. Mr. 17 put out of the equation. Expand chipping in onto the side of GOW whilst all of this craziness is going on. And Falcon, Portal Go. They want to get involved in this battle as well.
Yeah, and off screen, actually, Day One United already got wiped out. A team flashed, actually winning that fight. Very, very crucial for the Viet team. Tag all around against Onyx Olympus. On the other side is Kororo and Jumpco. Jumpco, how did you lose that against Gary? And Gardu finds limit. Of all people, Kororo needs to somehow salvage this and was able to do so. Falcons in the meantime are just slaughtering Expand. And even a grenade launcher comes out from Poon God to exact revenge onto Onyx Olympus. Send them running into the win.
Yeah, thankfully GOW is here as well, so Falcon was not really dead set on going in for that full-on wipeout. They didn't know exactly who they were looking at. Cougar, though, still has got his eyes on Ken's, but the Pocket Shop has made it possible for that revival. M1887 in his hands. Cougar with the Bison, higher rate of fire, and that shotgun just needs one good clean shot, and Ken's just choosing to back away, put himself in a more advantageous position, but Cougar's movements, he just knows exactly where to find him.
So smooth and so fast. Thankfully, for the side of Expand, they still have a survivor on the map. That means Iza ends up getting fed to Falcons, not knowing what hit him. And just like that, Falcon claims 5-6 eliminations already in this round.
They acknowledge that Falcons are very good on Alpine, and this could just be the game where they used to catch up with Reverse Red, overtake them, I have to say, and catch up with Buriram United. And they are off to a fantastic start. 6 eliminations in hand already. And still looking for more. Attack all around, on the other hand, on a hunting spree, as one final player from the side of Onyx is still within the vicinity. One more revive. And I don't think he's going to be dropping anywhere near.
Wait, he did a 180 shot with the Woodpecker. That is crazy. But didn't get the knock, though. Would have been so much cooler if that knock came true. God was still getting chased down nonetheless. But attack all around is 4 people chasing 1. You have to eventually fight. We're going to look away for now. I think Garu doesn't stand much of a chance realistically. But it was Divine do against Falcons.
Gem God, easy elimination for him. Ray! Cheeky angle. Cougar knows exactly where he is. Uses the homer, tags him up. A124 in the vicinity as well. So A-back's going to be a tad bit difficult to provide that support fire here as Falcons flood the area. Ray jumps on outside of the house, trying to provide them with all of that backup. But the maze of blue walls makes that impossible. Falcons has the rest of the team of EVOS isolated, and this is just easy shutdown for them. But Gade is already with the pocket bucket outside the circle, anticipating those knocks.
Yeah, just ready to bring everyone back if necessary and Expand a full reset. Might just even get a free point too if they get lucky.
Some revenge here maybe on GOW for messing with them earlier.
Can you find an angle? This is not a circle that tickles. It does hurt. Axel has his friends back covered, and Ken's even with a single bullet. Now they get to reset a little bit. Meanwhile, G'day just runs into Cougar's face with a backup. But Cougar is the one that has cost you with him, and G'day fails in that attempt. Falcons will claim that 10th point.
Whew. Hot game for Falcons this time around, and they keep catching teams that just can't really do well against them when it comes to the gunfights department. Circle 2 still can be taken advantage of. They can make a slow rotation in towards the next safe zone. They've got a vending machine here as well. Koskyu's broke.
Yeah. Which is
He's
fine.
got a portal go, so he spent all of his money already.
I mean, they have 10 eliminations, right? It's not like they need in need of much. Though I would say that it's a treasure trove for Falcons.
Yeah.
They can afford to tank the circle for a little bit. There's plenty of time for Falcons to adjust for the next part of this round. VRU is still very silent, and this understandably, right? They just arrived at Militia.
Free Fire is just one of those games that really listens to their audience, and patch after patch, you just find all of those adjustments, all of those balances being brought in. You know, you bring in the pocket market, people complain there's not enough points. You bring in Suzy, you bring in more coin machines out there on the battlefield. That gets a little bit overpowered. There's just craziness in terms of adjustments, one after the other, right? Portal Go brought in, it brought some fun engagements, and then that turned out to be a problem instant adjustment with the 1 second lag. The 1 second lag has been quite the game changer, I have to say. Now you get to at least anticipate someone's going to appear on the other side.
Yeah. The buffer is, I mean, the buffering is really what's stopping these aggressions. Not that it changed much, to be very honest, but it does give you more options, right? Like breeding room is kind of what a lot of teams have been suffering with. And even now, even if you remove the goal portal, it still doesn't change the fact that teams want to play fast. They will find a way to do so. And BRU is a very good example. Like goal portal can not exist and BRU will still do their thing. But overall, I feel like with the evolution, in fact, the revival system, what it brings us is it really makes every single phase of the game so much more important, right? Like it speeds up the game pace a little bit without compromising the game length. We still get 15 to 16 minutes-ish every single round, but now teams have a fighting chance at every single stage. Like Falcons against WAG, who now have some time to bring the teammates back up, but this clash is inevitable.
Continue the conversation a little bit here. Let's see if WAG can withstand all of this craziness. Ice grenades, double of those going to be tossed on in. One more with the sprays with the Bison on the left-hand side. Finally, access in towards this tiny little hut. Cougars finds one in the tight little corner. Easy knockdown as one more finds Cyrus as well. It looks like WAG, this is the end of them.
Doesn't seem like there's going to be a chance. Attack all around. On the other hand, against Onyx Olympus again, Karoro needs a bit of help. But the teammates are helping him out by eliminating their assailants. WAG actually gets a full revive. The Ghost just having enough to bring his entire squad back. Onyx Olympus might not have that luxury. As Attack all around picks them off one by one. Onyx Olympus are out.
X-Roy. Expand just managed to take out the reviver of the full squad of WAG. And I guess Karma catches up with them. They lose one of their sharpshooters. Toda in a great position to not waste a lot of glue walls, but as I say that, they have already used like 10 out there. Today with the grenade launcher. Solo, and it looks like Ray has assisted him from the right-hand side. AWM, beautiful shot. Zen has all of his life knocked out of him, down on the ground, but EVOS Divine cannot be too aggressive here. Look at Falcons just waiting for an opportune moment to strike as well.
It's a tough one for Toda. Not much utilities left. Look at that, 3 glue walls on Zen. You really got to think about this next move. I don't think EVOS Divine is going to let you just pass through. Todak understands that they need to fight, but how is the toughest question. I mean, X-Men able to escape GOW, but not attack all around. Did Axel just fall to the blue zone?
No, he got shot. Okay, what a shot by X-Roy.
Absolutely
beautiful.
Nasty shot.
Funa follows up with a similar shot as well. Get high. What are all of these headshots, man? This is just insanity at this point of time. But that's exactly why Funa brings in that Wolfra, right? You want to get all of those extra damage onto those headshots, and he's clearly one of those guys who are very proficient at finding those heads. Wasana, once again, Yanbin out. Team Flash, flashy exit when Buriram comes across them, and Buriram has got a lot of catching up to do if they want to overtake Falcons in the overall leaderboard for this match, because 13 points already, I believe, picked up by Falcons.
Oh, absolutely. Still on the road though. EVOS Divine next on the menu for the Falcons as they slowly encroach in their space. Expand actually made a very quick getaway, so Expand now finds himself in a very safe spot with only GOW obstructing them. Peter gets a nade onto ABAX as BRU now getting a bit more participative in these fights, and unfortunately for Todak, I think you'd rather take on Falcons. BRU will be the enemy that they have to go up against. Falcons, on the other hand, facing off against the side of BRU, and it was Divine. Todak gets wiped out.
Yeah, Buriram just wiping out the players of Toda, and now they're slowly approaching Falcons as well. There's going to be a big fight before we even reach the final circle. If Buriram continues this sort of a trajectory, they want to stop this team from getting it. Now they back away. Very smart play. WAG, I believe, made some noise from the back, and Buriram constantly just stacking up on players, making sure nobody roughs them up from a unsuspecting position. GOW wiping the floor with Expand, all thanks to those grenade launches. And that's about it for Expand. One final survivor.
I mean, they met like 2-3 times the entire round, and every single time it's GOW that comes out on top. It really feels like they're the kryptonite of Expand. Iza again with the shots. There's just no escaping. Expand goes down to GOW once more.
Great play by X-Roy, though. I mean, the jukes, the glue walls, the timing of those jumps, just managing to survive for the longest of time. Unfortunately, the numbers at disadvantage against him. Isa shot him from the back. X-Roy still had the horizon line there, but just not enough time to revive. No glue walls to hold him in place. God of Wolf on the opposite side of all of this potential action that's about to break out. Falcons up against Buriram first. This could just be deadly for Buriram.
16 eliminations for Falcons, and they have a chance to break into 20. And GOW not making it easy though. Get High gets knocked down by GOW. The nade does fly through. Get High though gets picked back up, and now needs to get into the safe zone and try to heal back up. Chipped down by the grenade, but just has enough health to survive and heals up again. BRU trying to rush it to the center, but you got to pick which side to go to. It seems like they have selected Falcons to be the team that to overtake, as both members, remaining survivors of GOW, they are just sniping from afar. Moshi this time becomes the victim. He needs help. Funa will deliver that assistance, and Falcons, in an attempt to gain distance for themselves, finds Isa, of all people, running into GOW, but RIP actually gets a knock, but not able to find a finisher.
Yeah, Peter's down. Buriram slowly circling around. Oh, look at the maze of glue walls just to barricade themselves away from Buriram. Buriram very smartly backs away. Glue wall melted, courtesy of Wasana and Get High. Everything's melting down. The defenses of Falcons, but not quick enough. They quickly stack up towards the right-hand side. RIP for Yusa. Charge Buster rush straight into GOW's compound, and now it's a 4v4. Buriram sending out Wasana. The flank from the right-hand side. Get High as well as Funa. They find the Grenadier of the squad first. Back up from Cougar, but he's low on his HP. Still alive. Circles around. Get High taken down. Coscu with the backup, but that's about it. Buriram slays them and walks away with a booyah.
Getting the timing so right at the very end. Buriram, they saw where Falcons went when they attempted to buy some distance and buy some time, and they sent Wasana on the flank, right? You pointed that out. The moment the main forces of BRU went in for the push onto Peter, they not only drew the main forces of Falcons to respond to that, they also exposed one more who wanted to support his team, and Wasana, he instantly Tatsuya dashed into his face to get one more out of the way. That is what we call coordination at its finest. BRU with their, what, is 7th Booyah in 2 days? The second of the day.
Yeah, this is just insane, man. I mean, we might just hear them say that we thought we were only going to play 5 games, and hence why we only have 5 booyahs. That storyline still could happen based on how they've played this matchup, because earlier it was a little bit of a slip up. They just got into too many engagements back to back to back. They couldn't really defend themselves well. And look at the Sourpuss faces, man. They are, except Moshi, everybody else is just, you know, dialed into the game, dialed into their phones because they're annoyed. They can't walk away with the 6 of the day. I mean, these are the kind of people, this is the reason why they're this successful, right? The bar they set for themselves, always a little insane.
Overachievers for sure. They you can give them the trophy, you can give them everything, and it still might not be enough. The hunger burns within them. But this game, very interesting. I mean, we saw Expand go out, went on a tear. WAG suffering a lot of early losses, but the one thing that has remained constant, the GOW consistently overcoming Expand.
The question is now, can Team Falcons cut the distance between themselves as well as Buriram United Esports down? Buriram is 219 points ahead of them on the overall leaderboard. 219 points is not even enough if you have a brilliant day. Even if you reach the record-breaking 162 points like Buriram reached yesterday in one full solid day of play, you still cannot catch up with Buriram, and it's really not easy to hit points like that.
And I think overall also, if you think about the difference that Buriram has over the second in line, some teams don't even get that much points, right? I'll give you a good example. Homewatch Conspiracies, they played 4 weeks and they only had 263, barely, just barely surpassing the gap that BRU has over Falcons. That's how crazy it is.
I did not think of that example. When you were saying it, I was like, holy mama, you are so right, bro. They played for 4 weeks and they can't even catch up with the difference of points. That's just insanity in terms of what a world-class team like Buriram United Esports can bring to the table. And we understand the aggression. This is a very different version of Buriram. We've seen them at the Southeast Asian level before. I didn't see them this aggressive, this determined. it looks like they really won the World Championship back in Thailand.
Especially they came so close to winning that last year, and even in Sao Paulo they were public enemy number 1 to all the Latin teams, so retribution is in hand. But you know what, sending back to Thailand this time to talk to BRU again about their win.
Yay! Another booyah for Thai team, and this is Pon นะคะ from Buriram United Esport วาสนาค่ะ Yay! First question, what did you do to your toe?
ไปทำอะไรกับเท้ามาคะ
เก็ตทำผิดครับเก็ตยกดัมเบลแล้ว
Oh,
It's an accident from get high
แล้วไม่เก็บครับนั่นแหละ
from get high.
so get high make you hurt like this เจ็บแบบนี้มาจาก get high ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
Did get high plan to get you off the team so he can take over?
คือ get high พยายามให้เราไม่ได้เล่นใช่ไหม
เขาออกกำลังกายฟิตหุ่น
he was doing exercise yeah.
Okay, get a little bit more serious. What do you think is the factor that lead you to many of elimination points?
คิดว่าอะไรคือจุดสำคัญที่ทำให้เราได้แต้มอีลิมเยอะคะ
การเดินเข้าวงแล้วก็การเล่นงานเป็นทีมครับ
it's like playing as a team and when we're trying to rotating to the zone and there are a lot of enemies
Like a timing?
yes
Okay. So, do you think that you can get 1,000 points by today?
คิดว่าวันนี้จะถึง 1,000 แต้มไหมคะ
จะทำให้ดูครับ
Keep an eye on me I will show you
Okay. Have you? It look like it's 100% that you will go to Vietnam. So I want to ask you, have you ever been to Vietnam?
ดูแล้วยังไงทีมเราก็ได้ไปเวียดนาม 100% แน่ๆเรารู้อะไรเกี่ยวกับเวียดนามบ้างไหมคะเคยไปไหม
ไม่เคยครับ ถ้าไปก็น่าจะแบบนอน
He said he never been to Vietnam but if he had a chance to go to Vietnam the first thing that he do will be sleeping
So, what do you want to do in Vietnam? Like interesting? Do you have any interesting?
ถ้าเกิดไปเวียดนามแบบมีอะไรที่เราสนใจเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ของกินมา
Food of course food
Like a coffee because Vietnam coffee is very famous.
แบบกาแฟหรือเปล่าเพราะกาแฟที่เวียดนามคือดังมาก
ผมไม่กินกาแฟ
Okay he said he doesn't drink coffee
Okay, so last thing. Any word in Vietnam that you know?
มีคำอะไรภาษาเวียดนามที่เรารู้บ้างไหมคะ
Don't know?
ไม่รู้อะไรเลยพี่
So okay. I can let my translator do one word.
I know only Xin Chào
ซินเจ้า
Xin chào.
สวัสดีเหรอพี่
Yes. Can you say xin chào to the Vietnam fan?
ซินเจ้าเวียดนาม
Yay! Hope to see you back here again in the next match นะคะ Good luck Buriram United Esport. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
Nothing spells gamer more than wanting to sleep in a foreign country. But I suppose if you're winning it anyways, you might as well get a good night's sleep before the big performance. BRU, 7 out of 9 booyahs across 2 days. I don't know.
Man has got his priorities in check though. First you sleep, you wake up, and then you eat.
And then you win. You win the
play.
tournament, and then you play. Yeah, at least for BRU fans, I don't think I need to say this, but first of all, Wasana is the MVP again, and second of all, they are guaranteed a trip to Vietnam. So
Oh yeah.
y'all can rest assured you'll see BRU there.
Yeah, there's no way in hell, bro, that they don't make it there. WAG, who are currently in the 12th spot, are 429 points behind Buriram. So for Buriram to not qualify, yeah, it's just impossible, right? 2,281 damage, pretty low, surprising, but the eliminations that he walks away with still qualifies him for the MVP title, for the MVP bonus at the end of the day. And I think we're going to see a little bit more insanity plays out of Funa after this because Wasana's running away with the MVP ones.
Yeah, they're about to set the record, another new record, which is the biggest point gap between the first and the last place. And I personally have not calculated how much that is, but I know for a fact this is a record. This is like
It's
what? How much?
definitely a
How much is that? Okay, it's
Like
it's almost 700. It's,
Yeah,
600 something. Yes.
670.
670 points. My God, some people don't even get 670 points in like 2 tournaments.
Only 3 teams in the tournament right now have more than 670 points. That's Reverse Red Falcons and Buriram themselves. So that's, oh my God. This team is just on another level, right? But speaking of another level, Falcon, this time they rose up to the occasion. They want to catch up with Buriram, although they didn't really manage to do that in this matchup, but they still tried through those eliminations. Peter, once again, my personal MVP. This boy, the grenades in his hand, they always find those connections.
Yeah, he's very, very, I think it just very comfortable, right, for him. We said that he's one of the golden hands. Well, Costu is the golden hand and Peter was kind of the CQC gods, but right now I think him being more comfortable with utilizing the utilities is a very good sign. Look at the Hall of Fame. Aside from Dian, who was revived 3 times actually, well, he went out 3 times. Everyone else, had a positive ending. 18 grenade used by Peter, 7 glue walls destroyed by Iza, and 30 glue wall used by Cougar.
I mean, massive stuff out of Falcon this time around, and not surprising to see Peter here. He was definitely the one really putting all of those grenades out to good use, which is a little surprising to me that it is something not abused by many of the other teams. There was one season where it was just all about the grenade meta, and then Steffi came in to put a stop to that. But now Steffi's not really doing a job out there, so the grenades should be coming back.
Yeah, that is correct as well. I mean, back then it was Steffi and Chrono, right? These two are the biggest deterrents of utilities. It just made life so hard. But at least we're seeing the Woodpecker now taking center stage. 12 eliminations for that weapon. The Trogon and the Bison both getting 9 this match.
I dare bet that the Woodpecker is going to be the #1 match when we head on into Kalahari as well. With all of that elevation, it's going to be abused. 28 points. A little bit lower than what they got at Bermuda, but they're not going to complain. 16 elims, 12 from the Booyah for that 28. Falcon right behind and nipping away at their heels with the 26. Expand with their recovery gameplay here as well, which is pretty impressive. They don't get the 3rd spot on the overall leaderboard in terms of placements, but their eliminations have helped buffer that a little bit.
Yeah, finish in 5th, but still getting 11 eliminations, right? Overtaking GOW and WAG is super impressive. Very, very good sign. And then you look down at the Indonesians are just not having a day at all. Well, at least not on the 3rd map.
And of course, with Indostars wiped out early, it was Divine managers to put a little bit of distance between themselves as well as their brothers. Not too much, just 6 points ahead, but you know exactly how Indostars is going to feel about that. We're going to expect them to get aggressive once again, which I hope is not the case, because the winning formula for both EVOS as well as Indostars was staying silent, not doing anything until the final circle. That's when we saw all of those booyahs be produced from this squad. But now I think the heat is just getting to them, and they're thinking that, okay, we have to start early. We have to get enough coins. We have to get into the battle well prepared with the elimination numbers, but it's working against them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even for the teams that kind of don't need to rush too much. You look at Indostars, right? They got knocked out. We say it's the best chance for EVOS Divine to gain distance. That they were not able to do much. But Indostars as a team, rounds that they won back then, they are just opportunistic. They don't take aggressive fights. They just wait. So this shift, perhaps they felt like they needed to do something, or they are still experimenting with the new meta. We'll just have to let time tell the tale. But when we go to Kalahari, Buriram is just literally the best team right now. 242 points and 5 booyahs.
Yeah.
1/3
of their booyahs came from this map.
Oh yes, yeah. We talked about that statistic yesterday.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Insane stuff. 242 points, and the closest one to them is 115 points scored on. I mean, I think it's safe to say that they are the most dominant team on Kalahari, hands down. And there's no surprises here, right? The mad difference in terms of elevation is just the playground for Buriram. They have their snipers always taking that bird's eye view. They always have their rushes down, trying to make good use of all of those corridors to get all of those eliminations. You know Funa is going to be doing something crazy again today.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a race of who gets the most booyahs, I suppose. Well, at least who gets the most MVP, sorry, for Buriram's side. Again, they're playing a minigame within themselves. So for them, winning is guaranteed. Now is to see who is the best player in the team. Off to Kalahari we go. You were expecting the Woodpecker to be popular. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
Falcons, the second team to have the most number of booyahs in the competition, only has 8 to their name. Buriram has double of that. They just got their 16th booyah, and it's not going to be the last one, man. I am just so shocked by how good and consistent a team can be out there. And, we were talking about this yesterday as well, Husky. Usually teams at their level, they start to slack after a while, but not Buriram.
Oh, in fact, they work twice as hard just to stay at the top. I watched this recent interview, a sports interview, and they say that they ask the training partner of a world champion, why is that world champion so good? And the training partner said, once you got a taste of how it's like at the top, you would do whatever it takes to stay there. I think BRU is a perfect manifestation of that. Onyx Olympus, though, they're going to be hunted down by GOW. Good footwork from Jack, and now needs to look for the second one. Secure the Bison in hand. Jack still not done just yet. Number 3 on the board. Gets back up from Kiba. GOW falling at the seams.
Almost got the third one there, though, but doesn't really matter. The backup is still in place here. In the meantime, IDS getting into a very early skirmish with WAG. This is exactly what happened earlier as well. It did not fare well for IDS for losing their players and having that heavy reset very early in the game. But if they are able to wipe the floor with WAG here, kick the team out, pick up their loot, things could be different. But Liam, all alone, can barely do anything.
It's in a really rough spot. Let's see Cosq. He is absolutely surrounded. Help is not inside. Falcons, they're ready to sack him. And unfortunately for Cosq, he's not able to get any points. And Crown is going for the revive onto X-Roy. That one is achieved very easily. Liam also brought back. Refinery controlled by Expand this early on.
Let's see if they can continue on that run, because usually it is their Malaysian brothers, homeboys, up on there. As GOW gets eliminated from the equation. 11 more teams for the rotation around Kalahari. And with the recent addition of the hook gun in the vending machines as well, it has just been so much abused in Kalahari. Everybody gets to fly around now.
Yeah. Something that is already an essential is now more accessible to the general public, which is really nice, right? That's like the most important thing on Kalahari, especially when you need to siege areas like Refinery, one of the toughest, most brutal area to siege, especially if the circle is around that part.
It used to be a crazy advantage to have the hook gun there, especially when the circle moves towards Refinery, like you said, and you get that bird's eye view to see all around you. But now with the playing field leveled, everybody gets to go to the roofs. Everybody gets to climb up these high towers. It opens up a little bit of space for some mistakes as well, I guess.
Yeah, especially with the goal portal. Right now, people can technically teleport to where you are without having to possess kind of the hook gun. So again, the accessibility is just so much better. We're gonna slow down the game a little bit, or at least for Expand, they are slowing down. Evil's Divine are not, though. Finding one more. So you compare last game to this one, Falcons, they're definitely having it rougher.
This Expand buys the key to the assault bunker. Evil's Divine, they're just looking for some extra points out there on the battlefield. As Falcon manages to play a little bit of a game of recovery here, bringing their players back one after the other. IDS on a heavy reset, still skirmishing off against WAG. Brilliant waiting for an opportunity with the Woodpecker. Nobody peeks around the corner, but Cyrus already on a fantastic flank around the right.
We see this Krillin. If he can get this flank off, it's going to be massive. It's even the UAV flying across. I would like to believe that it's a UAV from IDS. WAG, they are very spread out. IDS, because they are in the maze, inherently they should have a bit more of that advantage with the cover. They were united on the other end. Wow, against Flash and Virus having his head popped off.
Mr. 05 had 3 glue walls and chooses not going there for the save. And that's a little bit surprising. Low on that HP, down on the ground as well as Axel finds him. Expand showing up from nowhere on top of Refinery.
And that is just a disaster, honestly. They were united. They might not be long for this round. Team Flash are surrounding them. Mr. 17 eliminated, second team to get wiped out.
Unfortunate for Dewa, the Indonesians really not having a great day here today at all. As Flash takes 6 eliminations. This is a good sign for Flash.
The best round they had so far. It was a divine against Falcons off screen, IDS against WAG. The Viets strikes back against the Indonesians. 18 Deer not receiving help for now. Krillin, unfortunately not landing the shots. 18 Deer now goes on the offense, trying to find the initial knock. Ends up losing. Krillin just outdoes him, and everyone else from IDS fall like dominoes. And Raz once more last man alive, able to get the first revive and before he gets eliminated. So did just enough to save his team.
Yeah, quick fingers, man. I mean, the speed of opening up that pocket market, click, click, and right back in the game. They are, guys, lucky he had enough coins to buy back his team members in a heated situation like that. But now WAG taking the spot as the elimination leaders, 8 in their hands. All thanks to Indostars, I'll have to say. All 8 picked off of Indostars.
Oh, yeah. If that's the case, I mean, for the fact that Indostars and EVOS are still in this game, remember, EVOS didn't really pull ahead too much. Even though IDS didn't get to play the game last round, we need to see how this is gonna turn out. So far, Indostars are definitely on the back foot, right? They only have 2 guys compared to EVOS Divine, who has 4. Not just that, they have 4 points as well. So this feels like a second chance for EVOS Divine to really extend the gap, but we just have to see how this plays out. The sub, though, completely controlled by BRU. They will have to move a little bit into the circle.
We started the game with Indostar 6 points behind EVOS Divine, so that's the equalizer they need to find first. And then, of course, a few additional points on top of that. But if they can hit the booyah and put some really solid distance, then maybe they can breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
But based on their, progress thus far, it looks a little tough.
For EVOS Divine, it will be an extension of lead, and for IDS, it acts more like an equalizer, right? So
it's possibly going to end here, though.
It just might.
Oh, that's a change.
Wow, Apex, he actually went for the rush. Cougar, well, he stops G'day in his tracks, excuse me, and that's really not a good outlook for EVOS Divine. Props to them, willing to take the fight straight to Falcons. I think it might have just done enough to force Falcon to back off a little bit.
Absolutely. If they had not lost the player, perhaps Cougar will be a little bit more aggressive here. But Peter, up on top. Is he just trying to play a little bit of a bait here, or is he going to hold back the team of EVOS Divine down? From up top, Woodpecker in hand. He's been spotted out already. Double glue walls just to barricade all of those shots. And a very quick getaway. Spots out Bada once again. Cougar from across with the support as well. Peter should be going in here for the finisher. One more player down below. Attempting that revive moments ago, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get away. Not enough time for Apex here just yet. Peter from the back. Apex didn't see it. He wasted time with the hook gun and could not get the knock. Apex still alive.
I mean, unfortunately for Apex, he's not going to be alive for any longer.
Oosh.
Snuffed out, but still, EVOS Divine remain in the game. Meanwhile, Crime MKS outmaneuvered by Poongod, who puts on his dancing shoes and expand down to this 2 Fires MKS and the Axel. Kiroro also a bit too nimble for Axel to catch, and Fires MKS will just have to concede Refinery and try to make an exit. The problem is, kind of broke his ankles on the way down and realizes that there's no time for him to even heal himself and ends up perishing. That means Expand are out in 10th place.
Nobody eliminated him, so he broke his ankles and then he broke his knees and lost his life.
Yeah.
Bled to death.
Felt like he kind of saw him attempt to heal, but maybe he realized that he needed to keep on running. But again, Refinery, if you are leaving that place, it's not as easy as you think.
And it's unforgivable to not be able to jump around because the hook gun is just $200 now. So, sorry, 200 free fire coins. $200 is a little bit too much. 200 free fire coins is very easy to earn for yourself. In fact, you don't even need to earn it. You just need to find it on the ground.
Yeah, you just need to find it. But that means that this game opens up for Toda, right? The other Malaysian team is playing it really slow. Onyx Olympus in front of them. And Onyx Olympus controlling the entirety of the command post. You see IDS on the western side. I believe Garu caught a whiff of Raz. Yep, the crosshair did light up, so I think Garu definitely knows now.
Toda trying to catch up to God of Wolf, who put some decent space between themselves as well as Toda earlier on as well. With, fantastic booyah. And now 43 points for Toda if they want to catch up. Falcon, once again getting caught out. It's a little bit of a different form of Falcon, I have to say. I'm not so sure exactly what the change is, but they seem to be really struggling to find their usual aggressive manner out there on the battlefield. Even Cosq surrounded the pincer maneuver, working out fantastically, and it's Team Flash eliminating Falcon.
The fact that the points are going to Team Flash, I mean, if Todak sees this happening, they are going to be stressed out because
Oh yeah,
they did pretty well to pull ahead of Team Flash, right? Wiping Team Flash off the map in game number 1 and getting, crazy amount of points. And now Team Flash, just like that, have a chance to catch back up.
Attack All Around had their revenge against Expand. Maybe Flash will have their revenge against Toda as well. We'll have to wait for that one. The Thai squad right up on top. Indonesians in a lot of trouble here at the command post. But when the circle squeezes them in, Attack All Around will be at a disadvantage for sure. And they've got a double portal go to play around with in their inventory. So a very rich team, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, the command post. Attack Aura, how are you going to play this? As much as Onyx Olympus have majority of the command post control, their forces are quite spread out. So that's something that they need to keep in mind. Don't want to get caught out by Attack All Around.
All the players constantly crouching. Now that Clue's skill card is out there on the battlefield, she can be used anytime. As long as the players are crouching, they should not be detected. And not only are you crouching in a lobby like this, you got to continuously move that head round and round and round. Last thing you want is to take high ground and get your headshot off.
Now, worst part about this map is that cover is very scarce. Onyx Olympus, they're actually finding Todak. This could be the end for Todak though. Jack just having 3 shots. That's Zen traps. 2 of them gone. 7, third to get eliminated.
Oh, that's it.
And Wing says, nowhere else to go. This should be easy pickings for Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, good defenses like that will work within the first 3 circles when the pocket market still can be used. But now Wings gonna have them clipped. Evos Divine circling out to meet their brothers Onyx. And it looks like Gary with the Mag 7 is able to retaliate for a little bit. But Kiba's not getting involved in this battle at all. And this is going to allow Evos Divine a little bit of space to back away as Attack All Around approaches them from the back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at this Evos Divine. They are completely pincered. We'll see how this is going to play out. Attack All Around on the assault already. 2 of them are able to use the Go Portal to relocate. But that brings them into the jaws of Onyx Olympus. So either way, Evos Divine don't really have much space to work with, and that is going to be their demise.
And now Indostars definitely have a solid chance of catching up here. All they need to do is just play the game of survival and strike like they usually do in that final circle. But I only see 1 player icon from the side of Indostars out there. If this means they only have 1 final survivor, this is going to be trouble because here comes WAG as well approaching from the back. Attack All Around has managed to get those eliminations off of Evos Divine, but now they have to deal with a very heavy circle pushing them in towards the compound of Onyx Olympus. WAG Cyrus taking those spot shots as well at Attack All Around as they hop on in and allowing Onyx Olympus to do the rest.
Yeah, and even with WAG on the other hand, they have a good chance to third party this fight between Attack All Around and Onyx Olympus, and they do not know that there's a Dev United member, well, the NIDS member behind them. Not sure how much Liam can do though. WAG collecting the points. It's as important as it is for Team Flash to get points. It's also important for WAG. Speaking of which, we do have BRU. Yeah, who just joined. I was wondering where they are, but here they show up on the map.
Interesting stuff as Buriram slow the pace down. This is always dangerous. An aggressive early Buriram is an easy picking. But a Buriram that is focusing on the looting progress, picking up all of those coins, making sure they are beefed up for the final battle is extremely dangerous. Wasana finds the head of Shin. No elimination followed up just yet. As I say that, he puts the final bullet in the coffin. Buriram with their first elimination of the game. But there's still about 14 more lives out there that they can pick on.
Oh yes. Plenty of points for BRU. They're going to start making their way straight into the center as well. Well, every other team is stuck on the outside. BRU Now they get to watch all these chaos unfold. First team in their size obviously is Team Flash. Not sure how they're gonna play this. BRU have basically taken over almost a quarter of the circle.
What a beautiful rotation by Wasana solo. Brings out the Drogon as well. Rushes straight in for trouble. Dolphin down on the ground. Funa making good work on him.
Wow.
WAG snuffed out like a candle.
Just the rush. How would you
Come here, Funa.
anticipate that, right? I mean, Funa just can't crawl in time. BRU will lose one member. It's the price that they had to pay for that rush. But still, they're not done just yet, right? This is the slowest round for BRU. Only 4 eliminations, all from the side of Team Flash. They can pick up the rest. Onyx Olympus, the next in line.
Smart play by Buriram, just laying out all of those ice grenades right in front of them so nobody can come in here for the ambush. So that keeps the distance between themselves as well as Onyx Olympus. In the meantime, attack all around, going up against Flash. There is a portal go used by one player on the side of Onyx Olympus to back away from all of that heat that Buriram is putting on the opposite side of the battle.
I mean, I think when attack all around, they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's them, Onyx Olympus, and then you have BRU who's doing whatever they want. And BRU, they're not the kind of team that wants to wait. Sometimes they feel a bit peckish. They're going to go straight into your face, and attack all around seems to be the target. And Onyx Olympus is the only team with a full squad right now. Attack all around, forced to rush into Onyx Olympus, only to quickly get wiped out. But Onyx Olympus have a fair chance of bringing this back home. There's 3 members of BRU left alive. It's a 4v3 in favor of the Indonesians. Look at Get High's angle. Jack is going to be the one that intercepts in. Moshi gets found out as well. Jack needs to be getting rid of. Moshi, the hook gun to overwhelm Jack. The movements of BRU is just way too good. Kiba arriving a bit too late, and now 1v1 loses to Wasana. Moshi now finds Gary with a 180 in the face. BRU showing that no matter what situations you put them in, they are still the better team. And again, another booyah secured in such a dominant fashion at the end.
Wasana even walking out of the circle. I mean, damage from the blue. Who cares when you're Buriram? Wasana, a monster out there. Funa's going to be a tad bit tickled that he couldn't even participate in those final battles to walk away with the MVP title. There's a high probability that Wasana has done it once again.
Absolutely crazy maneuvers at the end. You have to understand the position that Onyx Olympus were in. They did everything right? The idea was correct.
Oh, yeah.
We separate BRU. We have one man up in terms of, manpower. We know where Get High is. We try to get him out of the way. While that was happening, we crunched Moshi as well. They split up the forces. Moshi with the hook gun decides that, you know what, we're gonna just reconvene with Get High to get rid of whoever is pushing him and to equalize the battlefield. And from that point onwards, it's just BRU's game. They have essentially won the fight with that split-second decision making. How crazy is that?
A little bit too crazy, man. Now from 16, they sit on 17 massive booyahs for themselves. Not massive points out of this match because they didn't manage to sweep up the whole lobby with the eliminations, but they want to keep with their promise that they accidentally made yesterday. 5 booyahs, because, they don't play one game.
Yeah. I believe we play hardcore for 5 games and we take 1 game to chill. I mean, they did use up that game pretty early today, game number 2, where Evo's Divine wiped them out. But BRU showed that they can play fast, they can play slow, and you only have so much space before BRU bites back. The entire game has completely defied expectations. BRU just showing us what they are still capable of, even when we thought we've seen it all. Props to WAG, props to Team Flash. This game is a massive one for them.
Oh, it was a massive one indeed. Team Flash making a comeback like this, showing us that they can still find those engagements, walk away with the elimination points. It's a breath of fresh air after this team has struggled for quite a while down at the bottom. And this was the battle against WAG outside the circle. Funa managed to kind of get stuck between himself, the circle, as well as the glue wall. Couldn't really get back in. That damage put him on the ground. But the back away from Moshi and this 180,
I'm telling you, that is
unreal.
That is nasty.
People say that aiming is very easy in Free Fire. Yes, of course, aiming is easy in Free Fire because the movements are so difficult to master. Moshi seems like he has no problem with the movements at all. Initially with the hook gun escape, from 3 players hunting him down, and then with the 180 snap across the battlefield as if nothing happened.
Yeah, just crazy mechanics overall. We don't really have a choice in this matter. We just have to send it back to Thailand again to talk to BRU again about this win.
Again and again and again ค่ะ บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esport Yay One of นะคะfan favorite ภูนะค่ะ Here with us again You know that many fans waiting for your interview
รู้ไหมว่าแฟนๆคือรออยากฟังพี่ปูนะสัมภาษณ์มาก
รู้ว่า
I know
When พี่นโม live when Mochi live when วาสนา live a lot of fans say that oh they are really happy to listen or watch or แบบ hear you speak
เวลาที่แบบพี่นโมหรือโมชิหรือใครก็ตามที่ไลฟ์อะคือแฟนๆจะชอบบอกว่าดีใจมากเลยที่เห็นพี่ปูนะพูด
ครับ
What do you wanna say to them
มีอะไรจะพูดไหมคะ
ไม่มีอะ
Nothing
Okay, let's get back into the game. What happened to you in the last fight? You didn't attend the fight.
เมื่อกี้ในวงสุดท้ายคือเห็นกันอยู่ 3 คนแต่ภูนะหายไปเกิดอะไรขึ้นคะ
ผมตายวงครับ
I was eliminated by the circle zone
What led you to that?
เราทำไมถึงแบบไปตายตรงนั้นได้
ผมเข้าไปยิงคนครับ แล้วก็อยู่เลือดก็หายหมดเลยในวงตาย
I run to charge with somebody and then just suddenly all my HP gone
So you didn't know what exactly
สรุปก็คือไม่รู้ว่าเพราะอะไร
Okay. What do you think that can stop Buriram United Esport from getting more booyah?
คิดว่าอะไรจะสามารถหยุดบุรีรัมย์ไม่ให้ได้บูย่ามากขึ้นกว่านี้ได้
ไม่มีนะ
Nothing oh.
Okay. There are another 2 games left, right? Okay. Do you think that Buriram United Esport can get all of it?
เหลืออีก 2 เกม คิดว่าบุรีรัมย์จะได้ 2 บูย่าที่เหลือไหมคะ
ได้ครับ
Yes of course
How many percent?
มั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์
ครับ 100%
100%
100%. When you have so much confidence, what action will you do?
ถ้าเกิดแบบเรามั่นใจมากเลยอะเราจะทำท่ายังไง ขอท่าให้กล้องหน่อย
One act to the camera. 1 ท่าเข้ากล้องเลย 1 2 3
เยี่ยมมาก
And this is Puna from Buriram United Esport จัดให้แล้วนะจ๊ะแฟนๆ So now back to you ชาวแคสเตอร์
Needs a little bit of work, but don't worry, we have plenty of time for you, Funa. This is definitely not going to be your only interview. If you keep winning.
Group
Just saying.
A and C have played 9 games of Kalahari against each other. And out of the 9 games at Kalahari against each other, 6 booyahs ripped away by Buriram United. I think I see a very solid trend here that is not going to change anytime soon.
Speechless. Of course, this game, we have Get High as the MVP. Once in the blue moon, Get High also gets his spotlight. Gets the spotlight shown onto him. The bomber, the support for the team, secretly the pillar that allows BRU to consistently be aggressive, to do all those crazy plays without Get High. Not possible.
Third booyah for Buriram of the day. And in the 4th game, they only faltered 1 time. If yesterday repeats again, I think we're going to see 2 more Buriram's logo by the end of the day on the overall leaderboard, as well as the booyah stats for the maps. Get High with the A124, Constant Disabler, Moshi with the Iris. This is the main reason why a lot of these team members are very, very rich. This guy is constantly pelting each and every single one of those blue walls, marking up players, giving the team members extra coins.
Yeah, and this game is definitely the slower ones we had from BRU, right? Just low elimination count. They're just chilling until the final circle before they pop their heads out to strike. And even then, they did it in the cleanest fashion and with 1 man down nonetheless. So you really have to give props to BRU. Yesterday on Kalahari, both games they were on fire. Today they take a back seat, and to the point where even on the elimination leaderboards, you don't see BRU members. You see Jack from Onyx Olympus, you see Shin and the Shin from Team Flash, Poppy as well, the Ghost from WAG, and Gary from Onyx Olympus.
Every other team averages around 12 to 13 points on Kalahari. Buriram's the only team that averages on 24 points every time they play on this map, which is just absolutely mind-blowing as to how they managed to get that. And I was thinking that, pretty low in terms of the overall engagements and eliminations from the side of Buriram, but it looks like it's low overall across the board.
Even in terms of the key players, right? Gardu, what a game he has had. 13 headshots, Poppy with almost 2.8k total damage and the most blue wall used. And even Apun got 12 grenade usage. So the players or the teams that we don't usually get to see often, they're showing their fangs this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Production's a little happy that they can finally use these photos as well. They've been itching to feature some of the other players. Some of the consistency out there is just a little mind-blowing, and as anticipated, the Woodpecker picking up that #1 spot for the eliminations, but the Trogon just biting away at his heels, saying, "Get out of my spot, bro. I want to shine as well." 14 eliminations for the Trogon as well, followed by the Bison on the 9.
Yeah, and not much changes for the top 3 weapons. I think it's going to remain like this until another big change happens. But those long-range fights, they're getting more and more important. And one of the elimination for the Woodpecker definitely contributed by Moshi at the very end. That one is anyone that rewatched that clip, you definitely understand what I'm saying. I think the teams are definitely settling in, right? Bringing the Bison to that late game stage and not having to worry about being outdone by a Charge Buster.
31 points for the Booyah squad, but outdone by Onyx Olympus of all teams, who are fighting to catch up with Expand for a total of 23 points, 14 eliminations for them, 9 placement points from that second place. Obviously, Buriram didn't pick up as many here, but they're going to be happy with their Booyah count at the end of the day. WAG doing really well as well, alongside FL. Team Flash as well as WAG, both teams from Vietnam. WAG, of course, the better one of the two, but Team Flash's exposure to this match this time around with the massive number of eliminations is something that is very rare in the current tournament.
Yeah, very, very rare indeed. 18 points, right? The fact that them and WAG have a good round in such a long time, at least for WAG, it boosts their standings. That's what they need, considering the fact that PE Sports and RQ are not, Akazu are not playing, and it took them 4 rounds to just barely overtake these two teams. Not the ideal situation, but better than nothing. Team Flash, on the other hand, gets a bit closer to Todak, but still far away from top 12.
WAG now about 11 points behind Onyx Olympus, so this is their next target. Can they also replace the Indonesians, who are doing so well for themselves? Like we saw, Onyx just took that #1 spot in the Kalahari matchup with massive number of eliminations, so even they understand the heat that is right below them, right? They want to make sure they keep that consistency, and you see those frags, but they cannot make the mistake that some of the other Indonesian teams, including Buriram, has made thus far. Too much aggression early game.
You just have to kind of temper that aggression, right? The balance is key. We're going to go for a short break. When we return, final 2 rounds of week number 4 is going to commence, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia League. We are in a week number 4, and this is going to be the conclusion very soon. 2 more games to go, and BRU still continues to dominate. You're here with us. It's Husky and Pistachio AJ.
Falcons are the leaders when it comes to the Booyah on this map, but Buriram is trying to replace them, but they'll need to equalize first. Buriram currently on 2 Booyahs, Falcon with the 3, but the most number of points picked up on Nextterra still is in the hands of Buriram United Esports. And we saw the change of pacing from them, from being pretty aggressive. They learned their lesson and they slowed things down to a drastic pace where they were barely getting the eliminations out there on the battlefield. They also have a secondary objective today, not just the 6 Booyahs, which they technically have failed at. They're still going for the 5, but they're also trying to breach 1,000 points. And as of this point, they are about 46 points away. So still need to pick up quite a lot of points.
Yeah, but it is very well within their reach, right? If they get another 2 more Booyahs, 46 points is not a problem at all. By Buriram standard, that is just an average round.
Yeah.
Either way, though, the statistics for the next map, despite Falcons having the most Booyahs, it tells us one thing, right? The Booyahs can only get you so far. BRU, again, when we look at the numbers of eliminations, you compare them to Falcons, who are currently in 2nd place. They are 143 eliminations ahead of Falcons. How much gap is between them again?
The gap 233.
233. So more than half of that is eliminations.
I never thought there would be a day where I say Buriram is 233 points clear at the top of the table. Right? This is just insanity at this point of time. No other teams have got a 233 point gap between themselves as well as the team right below them. No other team has a gap like that even between them and 4 teams below them.
Yeah. And the craziest thing is that more than half of the gap between them and Falcons was just from eliminations, purely eliminations alone. These guys are the Terminators, right? We talk about having a longer lead. It's great for the ecosystem. We get to see more of these teams, but we also get to see how dominant BRU truly can be. And this is just week 4. These boys have 4 more match days after today. They can bring it to 1.5k for all I care, because they are that good. The overall standing is going to reflect that. BRU, they have double the Booyahs of Falcons. They have more than 50% of the points they have over Falcons came from eliminations. You can do the rest of the map between them and Homeboys Conspiracy. It's not even, you can't even bring that up anymore because that's just too big.
12 games played yesterday and today combined, and out of the 12 games, they are currently standing at a total of 8 Booyahs. How mind-blowing that is, Husky. Nobody else sets records like them. And when you think that was just one lucky day, here they are trying to do the exact same thing again.
Again, they have 17 Booyahs up to this point. 8 of them, AJ, more than half of that, well, almost half of it was from this week alone. They got 9 in the first 3 weeks, and they were like, we're gonna get 8 in 1 week itself. So if they get this Booyah, they're gonna equalize the amount of Booyahs that they had in the first 3 weeks, which in of itself is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, man. Falcons, of course, trying to catch up with Buriram. 166 points versus 175 is not a long shot. That is very doable, but looking at the form Buriram has currently taken on, very proficient at finding the final circle, very proficient at holding down some of their battles, unless, of course, they get teased back to back to back, which does put them at a disadvantage. This should be quite the tough run for Falcon, but Indostars, maybe they can use this map to just make a slight comeback in here, recover some of the damage they've already taken. They are the second worst team in terms of performance throughout the whole day of play today. 24 points from the past 4 games.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good day for Indostars, right? What felt like a great chance for them to really make an impact. Yesterday, we were constantly bringing it up. Evos Divine and Indostars, they were not playing yesterday. They just have to wait and watch as the other teams get their points. Today, it was supposed to be them pulling ahead by a mile, and they have not been able to do that at all.
Yeah, and EVOS Divine's not so much further than Indostars, right? Indostars picked up 24 from the 4 games. EVOS Divine only picked up 30 from the 4 games played thus far. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Both Indonesian teams, they spent yesterday watching the other teams. Today, they spent it watching again as well from the broadcast. They keep getting removed from these lobbies too early.
The greatest thing is that the 6-point lead that EVOS Divine have over Indostars was, you can it kind of chalk it up to being the round where Indostars didn't get to play. So
yeah,
effectively, EVOS Divine didn't really do much overall.
And EVOS Divine extends still, though, their lead over Indostars from 6 to 7. So a little bit of progress made, but not enough.
Sure. I mean, it's still something, you know. Sometimes you just gotta
guess.
take the little W's.
Expand flying out all the way towards mud side, so not going to be disturbed for the time being. The Malaysian team can have a good chance of engagements. Cannot say the same for Indostars. Let's get into a very early skirmish, and Kachil's not waiting around to find out what's going to come out of that one. Attack all around, losing one player already. Kororo backing away to help his player back up, but it looks like Cyrus finished the job off a little bit too quickly. And the Mini Uzi will be the winner in that engagement, but there is an instant trade from the back as well as Jumgod shows up to that battle. But Jumgod's going to be challenged as well. Krillin cannot stand against him. Looks like the assault rifle gets the win on that one.
Yeah, and look at the attack all around. They so far gotten 2 points. Kororo needs help, and shouldn't be a problem. They should be able to get him back up. And Typhoon God from a separate angle downs the ghost is a trade. So far, Dolphin comes up to the roof, tries to take on Limit, but Limit very well aware where his assailant might be. Now turns around to try and support his teammate. Limit is doing 2 jobs as one. Dolphin tries to overwhelm him. The dash with the Tatsuya. The outplay from Limit to clutch it out for a tackle around, and WAG falls at the very end.
A beautiful burst. The Rebel rush from that Tatsuya and that instant snap of that aim. Goodness me, I think he was expecting a glue wall to be followed up by the Tatsuya burst. But you just got to continuously change that up. Onyx Olympus now with a smooth transition from the bottom up to the highest spot, at least within this vicinity. Flash, Poppy and Wally both behind a tight little glue wall here, pressured by Onyx from both sides.
Even for the side of Onyx, for Flash though, it did lose Poppy. Wally tries to get him back. Well, Kiba finishes him off. Wally did get the revive. 2v1, not in his favor. Onyx Olympus collects their 4th point.
EVOS Divine jumping on in as well. And it looks like it was just a knock, so no elimination here. Divine could choose to stick their noses into this battle. That will definitely help out Indostars to find a decent recovery as they back away from this compound, not wanting to engage anymore. 2 of their players definitely a little hurt, as Indostars 18D are running out in the open. A little daring against EVOS Divine. This is a big fight between them, and it looks like they're trying to make the cover of those 7 stars Indostars by shutting down EVOS Divine first.
They themselves are also getting hunted down. With that elimination, Poppy is just enough to bring Shin back. Keeping Team Flash in the run, Ray finds a straggler that's going to be Gardu. He might have also kind of sensed Kiba in that area as Kiba was trying to help him. And Ray is trying to find an angle to get rid of the second potential target. I think he sees him already.
You see the understanding of the terrain here by Ray. With every jump, peeking towards the left to see if or not he has found that angle. And until he finds that angle, he continues to travel. Good glue wall, and the players disappeared. All thanks to the portal go right behind.
Have to get away from that situation. But it was Divine picking out 2 quick points. Compare them to Indostars, that they definitely have a slightly better start. Expand themselves also found 1 point. While the next one might come from 1 more. Goes on the 2nd floor, gets intercepted. And Kosu also found as well, but a Trogon Axo picking up the 3rd. And Cougar, I see, goes down to Crime MKS. I mean, Falcons is getting picked off 1 by 1 by Expand.
And it looks like Expand's helping out Buriram here to make sure they catch up with Falcons in the overall number of Booyahs picked up on Nextterra. As we have not spotted Buriram at all throughout this whole 4 minutes that we have started this match on.
Nope.
Expand with a quick hit and run. They don't want to go for the chase onto Falcons, but instead focusing on their own looting progress. as Indostars makes that full recovery on the 2 revive. But it looks like EVOS Divine is not going to make this journey any easier for them. The portal used to quickly teleport to the opposite side. Smart play by 18D, but it's still going to be pursued either way.
EVOS Divine. They should be able to find him eventually on top of the roof. 18 Deer. Bara from behind. 18 Deer now. Not really much space to go.
Very smart reposition by 18 Deer. I thought he was going to get clipped with that one. Bison shows up once again. Ray gives him the advantage in 18D. Beautifully played. But now Bara on the left-hand side with the Trogon. Too easy for him. 18D a little unsuspecting. He was trying to go for the finisher onto Cougar so that he could at least get that 1 point before the revival. But he should have at least tried to engage with Bara. I think he would have stood a very solid chance for 2 players down.
Yeah. Sort of pushing his luck a bit now. Just constantly trying to go for the jump shot with the Bison. But, you got to do what you got to do. I think Falcons brought the whole team back, which is great. Team Flash with the shot onto Poon God. Shin, he's all alone though. He's running in. He has a friend nearby. Actually gets rid of Poon God in time before he goes down to jump God. So at least you get something out of that trade.
Guy, he looted him as well before getting taken down. So a little unnecessary. But Kororo finds Yanbin. Easy sprays with the Bison. Poon God not going to be too fast at all as he gets brought right back into the game.
Same for Shin. Attack all around right now. The elimination leaders with 8 eliminations in the back. As we switch over to Todak, they have started to slow down in this game. I think from the 2nd or 3rd game onwards, Todak hasn't really been able to do too much. So they are slowing down their pace and understanding the fact that as much as they want to get those points, they can't just keep banging their head into a wall.
Yeah, they've tried the tactic a few times already. Didn't really bring them much. So it's good to see that they are finally learning that head bashing against a wall probably is not the best of ideas. Gardu, XM8, no angle just yet. And he puts himself not really in the best of spots to find the GOW players who were rotating away from them. So they send the UAV out towards GOW, allow them to reposition, and then back away from the engagement, taking themselves away from the watchful eyes of teams who are on the very slow approach. Soda as well as Flash should be approaching their position anytime now.
Team Flash now on the, well, not really on the run, on the move to try and get deeper into the circle. But at the same time, you can see that they are actively avoiding conflict, which is great on their part. IDS, though, they are going to run into EVOS Divine. This is an important fight.
Yeah, they have to run into EVOS Divine. Where else can they rotate to? This is just high ground advantage for EVOS. They've got the circle, but they're taking the fight straight to Indostars. And Attack All Around is approaching as well. If Attack All Around rotates directly into this compound, they're going to continue being the elimination leaders and add on a few more to that count. 18 Deer tagged up already, but a good glue wall set up right behind him helps him recover a tad bit. And catches up alongside Liam as well, who already has found one player. Ray with the RGS 50, supplying 2 grenades in. Bara, Abex on that rotation in as well. The flank from the left forces the Indostars players towards the right with Liam down on the ground. Ray looking for the finisher. Kochil out of nowhere, but could not save his buddy. Instead, he loses his HP, loses his life as well. And Raz, the final survivor, still can go for those revives, but the guy's broke.
Yeah, he is dead, bro. He has nothing. This guy, I think they're gonna hunt him down. He is going to be eliminated. Yeah, Gade sees the angle. You can see Gade on the screen. This should be it for Indostars. Like we said, EVOS Divine, they had a good chance. They squander it. Now it's time for them to kind of get some retribution. Raz still able to get a knock onto Bara. Pulls out the Trogon. Gets the knock onto Apex this time. Choosing to say die, but still. It's a 1 versus 4, and there's only so much Raz could do. He took Bara with him. At least an extra point before they got eliminated.
Obviously the target there was to just get the 400 coins, buy one guy back in, just a little bit of an extension into this matchup, but so unfortunate. Good on him for at least getting Bara out of the equation. You see the ideation, but the unfortunate pressure in numbers. A 4v1 is not going his way. Kororo out of the equation. Attack All Around has lost a heavy support here. Mac 10 in the hands of Yan Bin. Jump God loses a lot of life, and Poppy should be able to pop the last shot in. Jump God down. Shin down at the same time as well. Shot by a player off screen. Yan Bin does manage to get him out of the equation, and Poon God hoping and praying that he does not get caught out here, because against 3 players from the side of Flash, this could be deadly.
It certainly could be. Look at all the grenades being tossed in. Flash trying to just evacuate. Yanbin still ends up going down. He just got back up, didn't have the help to power through the ice grenade. And Poongod doing just enough. It's now Poppy left. He is also exposed. The glue wall falls. Poppy gets wiped out. Team Flash no more.
Oh, goodness me. Team Flash, that was just chaotic in there. They were trying to heal themselves up, use those inhalers, but nade after nade after nade after nade, and they just could not withstand the final one. That ice grenade just chipped away all of the little bit of health that they had left on their side. Buriram, once again, a slow match for themselves. 1 elimination thus far. He was Divine's player. On that revival, might be rotating directly towards Buriram. Expand enroaching the area as well, as they are trying to escape from the blue. They need the circle. Attack all around on a full revival. That's a full squad right back as well. This is definitely turning out to be a party. 10 minutes in, 8 teams still alive.
And this is going to be, look at this 4-way fight. Falcons, Expand, Evil's Divine, and last but not least, BRU. I mean, Expand, they're on top of the building where Evil's Divine is, and they're going to realize that really quickly that Evil's Divine is not, well, BRU are not the only team around. But they're committing to it.
Yeah.
Expand, they're going straight for it, and they found A-Bags. The flood is just sufficient to get rid of Evil's Divine, and BRU even helping them out. Zen does get caught though by Jump God. Attack all around, finally showing up to Todak's compound.
Todak back to their slow waves once again, and with their players scattered all across the battlefield. An attack all around pursuing from the back. It looks like this might just be a crippling blow for the Todak squad. 7 barricades himself really well. Survives the engagement. Has got a portal goal for that reposition as well. Todak could use this one to run away.
Todak tries to go for a couple cheeky shots. Actually finds Limit.
Wow,
Wings. He is so sharp with the shots. And Limit down. It does slow down attack around a little bit. Here comes the glue wall melters. Traps, knowing exactly what his job is. Continue to amp up the pressure against attack all around. Don't give them space to recover. That's the liberty that they've been given for majority of the game. And Todak, they're doing just kind of the best they can, and they're making all the right moves.
Koskyu gets a high value frag on to get high with the grocer of all guns. So Buriram down 1 man. There's still a vending machine to play around with here. UAV sent out. Players all detected already. Attack all around now with the advantage. But Buriram storming the front of Team Todak, who have nowhere else to go, nowhere else to run. 2 more points for Team Todak. Sorry, Team Buriram.
Buriram is going to run down Todak. Traps. He is just doing his best to escape. There is one Todak member very far away. I believe not able to make it out for long. Limit did find him at the very end. Expand on the other hand, they are finally getting some eliminations onto GOW, a team that has been terrorizing them for majority of the day. BRU making the rotation, takes a gold portal, but doesn't get knocked down. Only a bit of a tag. As Falcons now join the fight, Expand, they realize that they're not done just yet. Since GOW is just one of the teams around this area, Falcons are the bigger threat.
That crazy
the glue wall boost!
Buriram.
What?
Yeah, using the glue walls to get up on top. Falcon, smart plays here. And Expanse is not staying to see exactly who's knocking on their doors. They back away, and GOW is going to have 2 players on the side of Expand rush straight into their compound, looking for those knocks, the eliminations. And now Falcon with a high ground advantage up against Onyx Olympus. In fact, they can go up against everyone at the same time, but that just splits up their firepower.
Yeah, and Falcons, if they can, you look at the teams around them, they're all scattered, they're all crippled. None of these teams around Falcons have the full squad. Not even Buriram. Attack all around. First to get wiped out by BRU, Onyx Olympus. They have a great spot right now. Full team left alive. It's easy pickings for them.
Just 1 second ago, Buriram was outside the circle, just tanking all of the damage. And then the very next one, they're inside with the portal goes help. Pasana, Koskyu shut down. Moshi finds Gardu. Once again, having to split up all of their aims. Expand can get involved in this factor as well and be the deadly shot that Falcon has to deal with. That might just once again deliver the advantage to the side of Buriram.
And Onyx, they're just going to prone. No need to go for a rush. That portal, no one's going to take it for sure. Falcons, though, under pressure.
Ooh.
The glue wall melters being tossed. from afar,
6,
but
7.
Expand is the one that gets punished. BRU, they just need to use whatever they can to gain advantage, right? Because Onyx Olympus is a big threat to them. There's the portal laid down. Wasana, he actually dashed in. He went through the portal to try and stop Onyx Olympus. It might have just worked out.
Moshi went with him as well. Wasana single-handedly pushing away the Onyx Olympus players. And Onyx does not want to play with Wasana at all. Gary now down in the middle. Falcon has got the open shots against both Onyx as well as Buriram. But Buriram very smartly placed the very edges.
What? Wasana also found Jack. What was that shot from this man? He took a gold portal. Remember, there's a buffer, right? He took the 1 second buffer into 4 members of Onyx Olympus and still was able to push them away. Falcons are certainly not going to be in this game, but Wasana single-handedly has brought this down to a winnable fight, and Moshi brings it down to just one. Wasana wants the finisher, but needs to calm down a little bit. Takes the inhaler, gets held back out. Garu from the corner, tries to find both Moshi and Wasana, but again, the dash of Tatsuya. Wasana finds an angle to isolate the fight. Gary just does not have the health to work with, and Moshi, he is very well aware of the potential. Garu coming in. They see that duel being put up. Wasana again is going to dash in. He's just going to take the fight straight to Garu and wins it without a shred of sweat. Broken BRU for 2 rounds in a row. Faces Onyx Olympus with a man disadvantage and comes out on top.
5 games, 4 booyahs. Buriram once again on to their record-breaking stuff, except that this time they don't get to break their own record. They just get to equalize it, right? 1 more game to go. Can they hit the massive 5 booyahs within the day? They needed a total of 46 points to exceed 1,000 total points within the knockout stages. And if they're going to pick up 2 booyahs back-to-back, that is definitely possible.
Yeah, and you saw Wasana, he was talking to Moshira. He was like, my big brain move, my 3,000 IQ move. I knew it was going to work. Take the gold portal without much info into 4 members of Onyx Olympus. And you thought that Onyx Olympus should be able to handle that well, but no, Wasana takes care of one of their members, and Onyx Olympus was like, oh, I think this is BRU. We cannot fight them. All started backing off, and Moshi, he joins Wasana and takes out another person. This is just madness. A 2v4 victory, which should never have happened, has been achieved by BRU.
An instant decision-making by Buriram. Obviously, rushing into 3 players on the top of the hill was a terrible idea. But if you get to chase them away from the top of the hill, now you are the king of the hill. You've got that high ground advantage. You've got the bird's eye view over everything that's happening down on the lower ground. And they used it to their advantage. And some sneaky shots right underneath the glue wall to clip away at Jack's foot. Of course, that one was stolen away by Onyx at the end of the day, but it doesn't matter. At the end, all they wanted to do was to thin down the numbers, and that's exactly what they succeeded in.
You have to be devastated if you are Onyx Olympus. 2 rounds in a row, you had a man advantage against BRU. The first time is 4 versus 3. BRU edged out. Okay, never mind. Try again next time. Second time you meet them is 4 versus 2, and BRU still won.
What do you got to do to beat a team that's just a little unbeatable at this point? 18 booyahs. A record we have never seen before. Granted, this is a extended knockout stage, an extended league overall, but in comparison to the performance of all of the other teams, even a team like Falcons, who have 8 booyahs to their name, playing the exact same number of games as Buriram, they are just miles beyond everybody else.
Yeah, and just to put it into perspective, back then when the leagues are shorter, right, the fact that they got 9 booyahs in the first 3 weeks, they've essentially, if we shrink it to our leagues back then, they eventually have gotten a booyah every single game, right?
Yeah.
In the extended league, they have effectively doubled the amount of booyahs that they got in the first 3 weeks. They got 9 in just week 4, and week 4 is not even done just yet.
In 2 days, they equaled the number of booyahs that they picked up across 3 weeks. That's the insanity of the Thai squads. It's the insanity of the world leaders when it comes to Free Fire, but we want to hear from them once again after their phenomenal booyah. We'll catch up with you in a bit.
It looked like they came to beg or to lose in Free Fire, and here we start again and again. But I have nothing to say. I have nothing to ask them anymore. Buriram United Esports gets high! Yay! In the last fight, you already did. Did you see your friends fight in the last scene
เมื่อกี้ช็อตสุดท้ายอะไม่มีเราอยู่ในนั้น แต่เราได้ดูเพื่อนเล่นไหม
ดูครับ
Okay
yeah watch
the first time you see your team against other three team left in the last circle do you think your team will win
จากช็อตเมื่อกี้ที่แบบว่าเห็นทีมอื่นเหลืออีก3ทีมแล้วทีมเราเหลือแค่2คนคิดว่าเราเอาจริงความรู้สึกแรกคิดว่าเราชนะไหม
คิดว่าไม่ครับ แต่ว่าทีมผมใช้มาสมองเล่นครับ ก็เลยได้ที่หนึ่ง
I think no but my team play with brain so that's why they won แฟนอะ
Okay. I'm sorry. So, how do you feel with Mochi confident with his style?
คิดรู้สึกยังไงกับความมั่นหน้าของโมชิกับการเล่นของเขา
ก็ดีครับสไนยุคใหม่ก็ต้องเงี้ยครับ เล่นลำแหลมไว้ก่อนครับทีมเล่นไง
It's good because he is like a modern sniper nowadays that's how he play
What will Buriram United Esport achieve next? Because now I think they might be already got 1,000 points. I think.
คิดว่าเป้าหมายถัดไปของบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยจะเอาอะไรอีกเพราะว่าตอนนี้คิดว่าเราน่าจะถึง 1,000 แต้มแล้ว
ก็เอาบูย่ารัวๆเลยแล้วกันครับ แล้วก็ไปเอาแชมป์ต่อที่เวียดนามครับ
We will try to achieve a lot of booyah and then get the champion at Vietnam.
Okay. Last but not least, actually I think all of Thai team, 4 team is on the top, but there is only one team, Attack Oral. They like in the last rank. They like is in the last rank compared to the other Thai team. What you want to say to them?
คือตอนนี้ทีมไทยอ่ะติดอันดับท็อป 4 แต่ว่ามีอยู่ทีมหนึ่งที่แบบว่าไม่ได้ติดในท็อป 5 ก็คือทีม Attack All Round เรามีอะไรอยากฝากถึง AA ไหมคะ
ก็สู้ๆครับ กลับมาได้แล้วครับท็อป 5 อีกแค่เอื้อมเอง
Fighting bro you can come back just top 5 you can do it
Okay, and this is Get High from Buriram United Esport. Congratulations, Buriram, you did a good job today. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
I thanks for the info. I didn't know that they played without their brains, but now we know that to win a 2v4, you gotta play with brains and a lot of skills.
And I like the message that he had for Attack All Around, right? Fighting, bro, you know, just keep going. And this
It's
is
just top
one thing
5.
that you really have to respect about the Thai as well as the Vietnamese region. They're always supporting each other, regardless of their position on the overall leaderboard. And Buriram, you know, no lesser, right? Moshi picks up a well-deserved MVP title for himself. If it wasn't for him, I think Wasana might have just been overwhelmed in that 1v2 situation as he was trying to circle around, dash around all of those glue walls built up already. But this guy kept the distance between himself as well as everybody else. And yes, he is the modern-day sniper, but that AWM, unstoppable.
Yeah, it was either him or Wasana. You know, let's be very honest. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I mean for BRU, the fact that they pulled that off is crazy. The one thing I liked about just generally Free Fire teams, regardless of what region, is that a lot of teams think about individual domination, but no, BRU, they think about not just world domination, they're thinking about having the entire Thai region on top, right? For them, if they can dominate top 5 overall in FFWS SEA, that's more than good enough. So yes, Attack all around. You have some catching up to do.
I mean, unfortunately, Attack All Around has a lot of catching up to do, right? They are how many points away from the team of Buriram? I think safe to say a minimum of 350? No,
Well,
379 points.
Yeah, but they just need to be in top 5, right? So they're not
Yeah.
that far away from Indo
Yeah.
Stars and Evo's Divine. So the
That's true.
Thailand dream might just come true very, very soon. Elimination leaders, though, limit this game, putting off a massive 8 elims. Gardu finding 6, Moshi with 5, Jump God with 4, Peter also cashing in 5.
Yeah, Peter, most of the time with those grenades, but this guy is just one of those sharpshooters off the lobby as well, especially when the Bison is in his hands. He is a specialist. 5 assists out of Peter this time around. You most definitely know that he is working really, really hard out there. But Kochil getting the key player stat for all the wrong reasons this time around.
Yeah, I went down 3 times, but I got brought back. That's kind of the, again, it's at least we are giving them, I don't know, credit for survivability. I don't even know how to put it. The undying, all right? He's the undying. Heroes never die.
So, somebody didn't think through the key player stats, or they were just trolling us, right? But it kind of makes sense as well. If we see who got revived the most, I guess we know exactly why the team was burdened. The Woodpecker takes the main spotlight once again at Nextterra this time around. 12 eliminations in total. Bison following it up close behind with the 10 eliminations. And of course, Strogon not too far away from them with the 9.
Yeah, it has been the case today. The Woodpecker really gaining popularity from week 4, right? Yesterday is the Bison and the Trogon, but Woodpecker today has just been leading the charts. Again, another slower game for BRU, this time only 22 points, but still enough, well, more than enough for them. Falcons and Nordic Olympus both clocking in 20, attack all around with 19, big points for them. We said that a lot of things had to go right for attack all around to make it a top 5, and it requires both Evo's Divine and Indostars to underperform, and that exact scenario has happened.
Expand performs decently well this time round as well with the 15 points, but of course with attack all around performing better than them, it just means that the gap slowly but surely gets wider and wider between them as well as the Thai squad that they are trying to catch up with. Down at the bottom, of course, the points are really low. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, as Buriram now is sitting in a spot where they need 24 points to hit the 1,000 points. This game they only got 22, so they need to ramp it up a little bit if they want to exceed 1,000.
Yeah, if they didn't, fall in game number 2, this could have been easily achievable. But, Buriram, they're like a bit of a challenge. It doesn't take much. 24 points, just get a booyah, 12 eliminations. They can do it. Not a problem. I'm more worried about Evo's Divine and Indostars right now because this last game, you can see the distance between Tag All Around and Indostars, right, is just 9 points. And between them and Evo's Divine is a bit wider. But if the Indonesian teams can continue to perform at the rate that they are, from what we've seen, Attack All Around, they're going to catch up in no time.
If Attack All Around actually gets the booyah off of this match, maybe a massive round, 25 points, 26 points, and the Indonesians kind of clunk out a little bit early, they might just overtake both of them at the same time. But of course, the main question of this point is, what map are we going to be playing at?
So, time to spin the wheel and see where we go. Well, the one map that BRU didn't get the booyah was map number 2. It's Purgatory. So perhaps if we go back there, we can stop the 1,000-point goal. Let's see where we go to this time. It's going to be... Okay, that is straight up a scam. We're going to Alpine once more, their best map.
Oh, goodness me. Kalahari you go, you get sniped by the players on the side of Buriram. Alpine, what do you know? It's the exact same story. They already hit that booyah there earlier, and it was a pretty decent one as opposed to the Kalahari matchup. Let's see if or not they can walk away with yet another game.
Yeah, could have been the Purgatory if the wheel didn't, spin that one extra time at the very end, but this is what the teams will have to work with. BRU 5 booyahs already on Alpine and looking forward to their 6th. And Falcons, second best team alongside Evo's Divine, but the disparity between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd is incredibly wide.
Oh yeah, I most definitely can agree with you, man. Falcon not too far behind Buriram, and they have performed decently in the past 2 games as well. So perhaps overtaking Buriram now might just be exactly what they can do. Yesterday we saw, I believe, Reverse Red breaking the streak of Buriram. Maybe today that particular responsibility can fall in the hands of the Falcons, or the wings of the Falcons.
I think, Falcon today not too bad, right? I mean, they have them good rounds, they have some underwhelming rounds. I definitely would hope that they can put up a fight against BRU like what Reverse Red did yesterday. But I also understand it could be a tall ask at their current state. We'll just have to see how this last round is going to pan out because, for BRU, when they play on Alpine, they actually played it really slow. Because right after they lost to Evo's Divine, right, on Purgatory, we'll see if they amp up the pace on their best map.
Let's see if or not they can ramp it up. In terms of the flight path, on the other hand, looks like it's going to be pretty kind to everyone. Cutting down pretty much the halfway point of the map. Down towards nice. Stadium. So that opens up everywhere.
Easy drop for BRU as well. Straight to Snowfall. The fact that it came in from that direction means that BRU gets first dips on getting equipments, just slightly faster than everyone else. But we know for a fact that if they get Snowfall, for BRU to get aggressive, the circle needs to be away from Snowfall. So we have to kind of see where the first circle is going to form to kind of get a good idea of where BRU is going to move. For a fact that Wings just found Mr. 17, and both Dewa and Todak, they trade 1 point each.
1 point each indeed. Todak not in a great spot here. Dewa ramming quite a bit of dominance around the space at Garrison. It looks like they're going to try to back away from this engagement. Indostars once again up against WAG. This battle, this bout between the two just does not end early, does it? 18 DA now. With the elimination onto Krillin, as well as Kochil's quick save onto Res. Indostars on a full reset here. WAG, on the other hand, haven't really found a little bit of space to pick up those coins yet.
Yeah, and I just realized Indostar, they're fighting 2 fights at once. Onyx Olympus, somehow Gardu is away from home. This is not a good spot for him to be in, but thankfully Gardu found a compound to stay. GOW also nearby. What a messy area. 4 teams, and some of them scattered.
Oh my goodness, this is just not going to be good for anyone that gets caught in the middle. And look who's there. It's Indostars.
Yeah.
They're giving away their position at the same time. They're trying to fight their way out of this.
See if we can do that though.
Just keep quiet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, they already lost one guy. Just mass revives all around. GOW, they are looking to reap some of the rewards here. Still can't find it though. But Iza somehow finds Krillin on the other side. So this is definitely good news for a team like GOW, who is not facing any resistance at all.
Shots back to back. I guess that's a little bit of team chat there. RIP for him as Raz finds him with the Bison. GOW not doing too great, but Neo is on the standby for that quick revival. And it looks like the revive players are dropping pretty much nearby the existing players on the battlefield. I don't think this is a great idea.
Yeah, I see Koshu, he's pushing for more. He's against 2 though. Needs to wait for Liam to arrive. So he's just buying as much time as he can. Actually, he gets a spray on the Cyrus. That's a lot of his health gone. Liam actually takes damage on the way to help him, and Kochu still overwhelmed. Apparently backup didn't arrive in time, so Kochu did all that for nothing, only to be revived by Raz. But at least Liam was able to down Dolphin. But stolen by Limit, so all that work still bore no fruit. And Liam ends up dying.
That's unfortunate for him, but revives after revives, not going to be a problem for Indostars as they've earned this money already. Limit found by Cyrus. Easy shutdown with the Drogon. And more players from the side of attack all around. This does not seem good now for Cyrus, who is stuck in a very rough spot against all of those players.
Oh, absolutely. Even for Evil's Divine. On the other hand, against Falcons, let's see how this is going to play out. Cougar, did someone try to rush him on top of the roof? I think Evil's Divine, yeah, they try to relocate. Not for Cougar though, they want to look for Cosq. And Ray, down below, tries to provide some backup. One more, got rid of ABAX. This fight most likely will end right here, right now. Cosq holds his own. Gets rid of Bara. So Evil's Divine, they get the revive. But this fight is essentially done. And so is Ray. Getting completely swarmed by the Falcons. G'day also puts down the gold portal, realizes that there's just no time to go through it. Tries to man up against one more.
It looks like, oh my goodness, he still loses that fight. Great back and forth. The Pixel peeps across that blue wall, and the sprays out of the Bison gets him that. But Toda, on the other hand, loses 2 players to the side of Flash. Make that 3 as Wally continues the sprays, and Toda makes the exit in 12th.
Finally getting revenge onto Todak for making their start to the day so miserable. But Raz was able to now GOW, IDS, holding their own pretty well. Finally showing some signs of life, realizing the predicament that they're in on the leaderboard. Iza brought back up, shot down instantly, and this time alone on the roof. I don't think any help would arrive, so he will be claimed by IDS. And Indostars going for the pincer. Neo loses the fight against Raz, and the end, he is also occupied by Liam. And this could spell the end of GOW. They're sending one guy, running as far away as possible.
Yeah, Rest could have found him, and I believe he has. He goes in for the pursuit, so no revivals just yet. Play on the side of GOW outside the circle, getting tagged up as Deanne has nowhere else to run. Is going to be exposed, and the troll gone straight to the chest. A sliver of health left, pulls up a glue wall and retaliates. Mini Uzi for the win as Kochil goes down, but unfortunately for Deanne, Liam is there with a P90. And this looks like it's all over for GOW.
Yeah, perfect for IDS. They needed this kind of round. 8 points. Obviously, some revives are needed, but at least they get to stock up. And the best part is no one is near IDS. Now they get to prep for that mid to late game. And it makes the job of attack all around even harder.
He was Divine, full reset on this squad. So still spending the time outside the circle. Not worrying too much about the sliver of health that's deducted every single second. They really want to pick up some solid loot for themselves. Barely any coins on G'day as well. And I'm pretty sure it is a similar situation across the board. So all out coin finding session for them.
I mean, they went to Snowfall, right? That's where BRU started. So a lot of the... you can expect some of the areas to be already ransacked by BRU. We know for a fact that Falcons are on the hunt, looking for ABACs. That's why Evil's Divine are so far up. I don't think Falcons are going to find them anytime soon. Snowfall is way to the northwest, and Falcons are just at Forest Red.
4 eliminations in hand, looking to ruin the chances of Buriram here. This is one of their better maps. 3 booyahs thus far at Alpine. And not too many points behind Buriram in the overall progress on this map. They stand at 197 as opposed to Buriram on 226. So one good game, one solid game can put them right at their heels once again in terms of points. But it's all about ruining Buriram's day with the booyah streak.
Yeah. If they can end the day by making sure that Buriram hits 999 points, they deserve an extra medal on top of that.
See if they can earn that medal.
I mean, it would be sort of hilarious if that happens. Well, Coach Yu... Man,
Raz tagged up and fires, deals with it. Beautiful with the M82B. Such an annoying sniper out there in the open fields. Glue walls mean absolutely nothing. The capability to penetrate, and now Indostars on the back foot. These guys just recovered. They're low in cash. Yeah. Team's gonna get tagged up as well. There's a vending machine that they're trying to crowd around. Expand knows what they're trying to do. And it looks like they want to end the team right here, right now. Axel might try just take the chopper and fly it off into next week.
Yeah, and very, very unfortunate. If you're IDS, right, you expand, they set up, basically they set up shop at the bridge, and IDS had no idea what they were walking into. So, in this case, can you really blame IDS? It's just an unfortunate rotation. They have no way of knowing, right? And I don't think they even consider using the Arvon to spot out any potential threats. This could spell the end of them. We say that this is the dream start for IDS, and that dream is about to come to an end very, very soon. 18 Deer goes down, but they're just enough to keep them in the game.
Yeah, smart plays by Axel, just waiting for the Bison burst and then taking the timing. He knows his rate of fire versus the Bison wasn't going to win that. And with the IQ plays, manages to overwhelm the final player of IDS. Falcon, on the other hand, losing Peter very early on. The AWM from a far limit with the shot. Peter can still be picked up, and Jump God shows up at the wrong time for Falcon. 2 players down. And it looks like this might just be the end of Falcon here against Attack All Around.
Attack All Around super happy with how things are going so far. They found Koskyu also. That's number 3. And Falcons,
that's the 4th.
Like you say, they're not long for this world. Let's see if Attack All Around can clean it up. Flash, on the other hand, this time at Dark, waiting for the next circle to form. They have Onyx Olympus ahead of them. And so far, Team Flash, they are not too worried just yet. I mean, 4 points, right? If they can get more than, if they can get more, it puts them even further ahead of Todak.
Onyx Olympus has no eliminations whatsoever in hand, which is not really a problem for them. They're just looking for that final circle before they do anything. One of the better performing teams in the overall day's performance. 68 points currently in hand. They are currently behind Falcons and Buriram, who lead the day. Falcons on 83, looking for 17 points to exceed 100 in terms of the day's performance. But looking at their status now, it seems like that might be close to impossible. Oh, that revive as I say that.
Just a mass revive, bringing everyone back. I mean, right now, I'm looking at BRU. It seems like for them, the 1,000-point threshold is just a bonus, right? They just want to guarantee the booyahs. Still 0 eliminations, but I say that we still have 40 players left. 36 of them are potential prey for BRU. IDS getting ganged up on right now in the building. It's WAG to push it straight to them. IDS losing 2 in the process, but WAG also starting to suffer damage. We see the nade in 18 Deer's hand. Not willing to lob it out just yet, but it seems like IDS, they're holding on just fine. The Ghost is already committing to a revive, but Krillin was able to take down 18 Deer to bring this down to a 1v1. UAV deployed by Liam to try and spot the potential assailants. WAG, what is going to be the game plan? It's a 2v1. This should be doable.
WAG focuses on their own game instead of wiping out Indostars. And Liam, he's just dead broke. There's a vending machine that he can try to play for within this circle, but he's all the way across from it. Held on by Onyx Olympus and Expand. Attack all around just behind them. Vice does manage to find attack all around player. And no elimination just yet as he gets picked right back up.
Oh yeah. In Expand on the other hand, this is such a tough spot to be in. If you're Expand, you do feel a bit trapped in that position. Attack all around behind you. Good thing is that Expand only has one location that they need to look at, but still, attack all around. They know that they have Expand cornered, essentially.
It's a solid bunker, and they can use that to get across to a spot that will still be within the safe zone. So Expand is not lucking out. This was a great plan by them in terms of positioning. They just need to deal with attack all around, though. You may be able to funnel them into a tight little spot that they can't run away from. Now Falcon outside the circle. This is not the kind of damage you want to be dealing with. Circle number 4. It hurts even stronger than some of these bullets sometimes. Cougar still dashing away from all of this chaos as Dewa United look to put an end to Falcons.
Falcons still resilient. We saw the revives on their side for now. And Dewa United, on the other hand, still the full squad alive. Very, very impressive so far by this team. Falcons scattered, essentially attack all around, finally getting the shot onto X-Roy. And Peter, on the other hand, well, Dolphin found him.
Triple kill.
On him indeed. And WAG just playing the sneaky game, but they'll have to move. Next circle just not within their vicinity as attack all around. It's just so much of noise behind WAG, and they try to get away. But Krillin, that's just a no-safe zone for them. And thankfully, Expand is going to be keeping Onyx Olympus a tad bit busy here by the time they get out of this tunnel. But Falcon's still a very big threat behind them.
Oh, yes. WAG, I mean, taking over that spot and Expand, they are getting distance. Getting closer and closer to WAG. In fact, Onyx Olympus on top of that area. Falcons gets eliminated by Jump God. While all of these chaoses are happening, BRU is still not on the map. They're not showing themselves.
I mean, classic BRU, right? Just stay silent until the very final moment. Walk away with 10 booyahs in your week of play. 10 booyahs. They couldn't even do that with 3 weeks of play when we started off the league.
Oh, yeah. This is a crazy Expand. They are going to start to face a bit of a pressure. The circle will push them out into the open. Attack all around, though, not so lucky. They have to tank the blue and take on fights as well. Team Flash eliminated in the meantime. WAG just trying to gatekeep Expand as much as possible, but you also have Onyx Olympus to worry about. And I bet you BRU is going to come in from the northern side. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. They're in from the southern side. In fact, BRU, they're literally at the edge of the circle. They can just mow through every single team because everyone is distracted.
Yeah, and BRU realizes that they need solid number of points. They need 24 in order to exceed 1,000, and they are starting their journey right here, right now. They've stayed silent enough already. Get high, Funa, everybody picking up bodies as they move across the battlefield, and they know they can still tease the opposite side of the circle. A portal go use, and to the opposite side they go. And this is a flank setup, and I believe it's Moshi on the flip side of things here, trying to get those snipes.
Straight up a killing spree right now. BRU working together like a machine. just mowing through everyone in their way. This is a meat grinder if I ever seen one. Funa finds number 10, and I think they are well in sight of their 1,000-point target with only Expand in front of them. Funa with the Trogon in hand trying to chip away the health bars, and meanwhile Moshi, he's very far away, but BRU actually have WAG behind them, and I think they might have realized that, right? Get High is starting to fall back. BRU a bit more tempered. Fires MKS actually getting the snipe onto Wasana. That could be crucial to deny BRU of what is going to be a record-breaking performance. And WAG coming in from behind doesn't make it any easier for BRU. They've already lost 2 members, but you can say the same for Expand. Most important thing is Wasana is down and Get High doesn't have much health to work with. He's just going to cash in as much points as possible, and he also goes down. But that means there's still one guy left for BRU, and that's Moshi.
Yeah, Moshi on the flip side of things, on the all the way across this battlefield here. Faiz is picking up those eliminations. Wasana, one more, M82B, but Dolphin will secure that for himself. Now in a 1v2 for Expand. Flynn and all Dolphin hunting for the final player. Moshi still can walk away with the booyah here, but Faiz with the Trogon in hand bursts forth,
Moshi
and Dolphin out of the equation. A 1v1, we won! But Moshi single-handedly secures the booyah for the squad. 5th booyah in the day!
You think that WAG would have at least caught a glimpse of Moshi because he was in their track towards the rest of BRU, but no one saw Moshi. He was just well hidden. The gold portal to bring him to the other side of the safe zone, and he was the one who set up that final fight. In WAG, they were looking for the last man of Expand. They were looking for Fires. Moshi shot at one of them. They turned around and they were like, wait, there's a sniper. And while Dolphin was distracted, Fires came from the corner, took him down, and then Moshi got rid of the last 2 individual players. Psychological warfare at its best. Moshi is a veteran in and out of the game. This man is insane, securing the 5th booyah of the day for BRU and the 10th booyah of the week for BRU out of the 12 available ones for them.
You said it best yesterday, Husky. Everybody's playing checkers. And this is Buriram playing chess out there on the battlefield. That move calculated by Moshi, using the portal goal, getting to the opposite side of the battlefield when still many lives were to be picked up right in front of Buriram. That's forward thinking for the squad. And the guy just managed to make a booyah winning decision at that very moment, right? Staying silent, we were wondering, what's Moshi doing? He's not really letting go of shots, and that was a very smart move because nobody suspected that there was going to be one stray guy on the flip side of the battlefield.
Waiting until the exact moment, right? And you could not have, there's no script in the world that will give you that kind of outcome where the shot ended up distracting WAG players, and that led to WAG being brought down to just 1 because Expand took that opportunity, took that distraction as an opportunity to strike, and Moshi is the one who gets the last laugh. Despite all odds, I mean, out of the 5 booyahs, 3 of them were BRU overcoming odds. 2 against Onyx Olympus and 1 in a 3-way fight. And this, but you know, special mentions WAG, despite not being able to get the booyah, this was a massive round for them. I think they almost got like 20 eliminations or close to that.
I mean, of course, they were trying to catch up with Onyx Olympus, and WAG's just been one of those struggling teams. Initially, we thought PE Sports was going to leave them in the dust, but they're back to their winning ways. We had a lot of things to say about how they had 6 booyahs in hand, and they were lagging, not even in the top 12, but great recovery made in this 4th week.
Absolutely crazy stuff. BRU continues to be on top. The blue wall that is Buriram United Esports is indestructible at this point. I think it is, without a shadow of doubt, they can not play for the last 2 weeks and still will be in first place.
Husky, they needed 24 points, and before taking on the final player, they had 12 eliminations. 12 from the booyah, that's 24. They thought, what?
24.
Why not we throw a cherry on top of this cake? And they got 25. It's impossible. But of course, we have to hear what the champions have to say. Let's bring the cameras back to the Thai segment for the interview.
Actually, I have to say that I'm pretty sure Moshi is the first man that have so much confidence number one เลย that have so much
มี
confidence
ความ
in the
มั่นหน้า
league เลยแห
สู
ละ
งที่สุดอะ
ไม่จริงไม่จริงครับ
Not
เขา
true
เขาใส่ร้ายผม
not true she put the flame on me
Okay it look like บุรีรัมย์นะคะ did a good job today บุรีรัมย์ Moshi here is us yay put your hands together and welcome him Okay this is a good day for you you break like a achieve two goals today first is already got 1,000 point already and two 4 booyah in a row how do you feel
ก็คือวันเนี้ยเราทำลายสถิติของตัวเองก็คือเราถึง 1,000 จะชัวร์แล้วอะเราถึง 1,000 แล้วเราก็ได้บูย่าติดกัน 4 เกมรู้สึกยังไงตอนเนี้ย
first team who get ด้วยนะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับ เพราะว่าผลงานก็กลับมาก็ดีต่อเนื่อง 2 วันแล้ว ก็ขอให้มันเป็นอย่างนี้ไปเรื่อยๆ จนจบคะแนน
I feel very happy because our performance get back on the track and I hope that we can maintain the same performance for next week
when you talk about maintenance will your team maintain the point rank and start to keep the plan secret now
ตอนเนี้ยก็คือหมายถึงเป้าหมายของทีมเราก็คือเริ่มเก็บแผน แล้วก็
ไม่พูดถึงแบบว่า maintain point คือรักษาคะแนนแล้วเนี่ย ตอนเนี้ยคิดว่าทีมเราอ่ะจะเริ่มเก็บแผนหรือยัง
ก็ทีมผมไม่มีแผนครับ เพราะศัตรูก็ไม่รู้แผนเรา เราก็ไม่รู้แผนตัวเองเพราะว่าไม่มี
ศัตรูไม่รู้แผนคุณ เพราะว่าทีมคุณไม่มีแผน
ใช่
ไปค่ะ
Okay so we don't have plan and our enemy don't know our plan because we don't have plan it's a secret even with your own team
Okay talk about the first thing that you told me that today you will get like a 6 booyah but something mistake just happen pop up so what the mistake that stop you from getting 6 booyah today
ก็คือเราพูดกับพวกพี่ว่าตั้งใจจะเอา 6 บูย่าแต่ว่ามันเกิดปัญหาอะไรขึ้นทำไมเราถึงได้แค่ 5
มันก็ผิดพลาดเกมที่ไม่ได้บูย่าครับ เราฟังแผนจากโค้ชผิดก็เลยทำให้มันผิดพลาดนิดนึง
Okay so he said that he made mistakes because it's some miscommunication from the coach they understand the plan wrong
so anything you want to say to your fan which want to have so much confidence just like you
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่แบบว่าอยากแบบอยากมีความมั่นหน้ามั่นใจแบบเรา
ก็เป็นกำลังใจครับ ขอให้มั่นใจในตัวเองแล้วทุกอย่างมันจะทำออกมาดีครับ
Okay I give you encourage just be confident in yourself and everything you do will turn out well
แต่ผมขอแก้นะ ผมไม่ได้มั่นหน้าผมมั่นใจ
มั่นใจ
โอเคแปลว่ามั่นโอเค
ผมว่าคนไทยนี่แปลไม่ถูกนะครับ
โอ้ยขอโทษ
Okay and this is how we are like a Free Fire family in Thailand so and now back to you Childcaster
Quick, someone tie Moshia because Taiwan gag him because he just revealed the Sun Tzu Art of War. Right? Sun Tzu Art of War says that if I don't know what I'm doing, my enemies don't know what I'm doing. And they have just revealed the biggest secret to the world, which is nothing. We have not learned a single thing about how BRU plays.
And that's beautiful, right? Because you just work off, that very moment. You just respond to the situation out there, and their micro responses to each and every single heated moment within that battle seems to just be the right thing. They are just working off of intuition, and clearly by the stats as well as their achievements thus far, the intuition of the Buriram players absolutely spot on all the time. Funa, back to his MVP ways, 5 eliminations this time around, 4 knockdowns, 2,349 in total damage. And overall, Buriram, I am pretty sure they've exceeded 1,000. In fact, they are 1,001 points right now at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that 1,001. You know what? What the craziest thing was? It could have stopped at exactly 999 if Moshi got the knock and lost the round. Well, got the elimination and lost the round. Okay, so we were that close.
Yeah.
But either way, congratulations to BRU, the first team to get into the 1,000-point mark. I didn't think that I'd live to see this, but here we are in another realm of the Matrix, which is ruled by BRU.
Yeah, and 251 points clear at the top of the table. 251 points clear, 1,001 points in hand. This team is a monster. And they're not the monster in the making. They've just been the monsters all the while, and they are just here to dominate. But even the monsters could not come up on top when it comes to the eliminations. WAG has not had a fantastic day, but they've had a great overall day in terms of performance in comparison to the rest of their weeks in here. 6 eliminations from Dolphin, but of course Cyrus walking away with the #1 spot on the MVP for the elimination leaders with a total of 7 in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the rest of the players, obviously they also had some pretty good performance, primarily for WAG. You know, this game was their best game, I'd say, the entire week, and it did just enough for them to pull ahead of a couple of teams and put them in a slightly safer spot. And the best part is that now they can start contending with the teams in front of them. The key players: Cyrus with 7 knockdowns, Pungod with 9 grenade usage, the Ghost saving his teammates 5 times with the revive, and Get High with 2 eliminations by grenade.
And of course, 5 teammate revives here. The Ghost was definitely working hard, and if he did not work that hard, we would have not seen WAG find that final circle, right? Because it's not like WAG didn't have any bit of pressure to deal with in those early games. But speaking of pressure, these are the weapons that brought upon all of that chaos. Bison with the 13 eliminations, Woodpecker's not going away anytime soon with the 13 on its side, and Trogon on the 9 eliminations. These 3 make the top 3.
Absolutely. I mean, at the very last, some of these Woodpecker eliminations contributed obviously by BRU as they began their final phase conquest in the last match. But overall, nothing has changed. Look at the game standings. WAG, a monstrous round for them. Might not have walked away with the Booyah, but still was able to get 26 points. And of course, BRU, sneaky from the side, getting 25 for themselves. Even Expand didn't fare too badly. 19 points.
Expand has actually been performing very, very well today for a total of 71 points throughout the day of play. Of course, they haven't exceeded the 100, but this is very good in terms of recovery play from Expand. They haven't caught up to attack all around just yet, but they are also making sure that they make the job tough for Onyx Olympus and WAG to take away their 8th spot.
Yeah, I think the main difference between Expand and Attack All Around, the points that set them apart are just eliminations, right? You look at the statistics. 373 for Attack All Around and 290 for Expand. So Expand just couldn't frag out as well as Attack All Around. But now we have gotten the answer to whether there's enough space for the 4th digit on the standings, and indeed there is more than enough space. BRU now sitting atop with 1,001 total points and just 1 elimination short of 600. Of course, boasting an impressive 19 booyahs.
Oh my goodness, 19 booyahs is insane. Almost 600 eliminations. No other team has even exceeded 500 eliminations, and these guys are at 600. And of course, the total points of 1,001 is just mind-blowing. Funa takes the #1 spot in the MVP leaders. Moshi right behind him. Behind Moshi is Wasana. It's all about Buriram Esports when it comes to the MVPs, and no surprises here. I mean, 19 booyahs qualifies them for all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 19 booyahs here. We have 17 of them held by 3 players from BRU. Right? Get High only has 2 to his name, but it's completely fine. I would even argue that the booyah for the last game could have been given to Moshi, and that would make a lot of sense as well. This week's Predator, though, is the entire team of BRU. I rest my case.
What though? Oh my goodness me. Get High with the 45, Wasana with the 44, Funa with the 43, and Moshi, even Moshi with the 38. And this guy barely gets involved in those battles on purpose. He doesn't run away from them. He's the backup player, and I think I've said this so many times before, but I'll say it again. When you've got someone like Moshi as your backup player, how can you fail? Through the last match, you don't fail.
I don't think I've ever seen this, where the weekly Predators, 5 out of 4 is basically the entire team. Like, how crazy is that?
Everybody got wrecked, man. Everybody's getting wrecked week after week. But we will get more of this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But it's the end this week. Y'all take care. We'll catch you again. Same time, same place next week, all right? Bye-bye.
How'd you like them apples?